Thank you. We remain standing. I invite Vainandu to pray.
Vainandu is a church title above Archbishop in a fivefold ministry church. I once died. Jesus told me go back. So I will kneel as I pray. You can choose any position, standing or kneeling. Let us pray. Oh God, the omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent Jehovah God, the ancient of days. We bow before you this morning as I pray to you on behalf of the First International Annual Conference for the year 2022, for the public universities, chairpersons of councils, vice chancellors, and principals. And first, I note that we seek forgiveness, for no one is righteous before you. Among us are the I and the T-shaped professionals who need your wisdom and knowledge. We are aware that even though we may be the most learned and knowledgeable in Kenya, before you we know very little. Therefore we seek your wisdom, great counsel, and knowledge. We know that without understanding we may not be able to realize the great vision and aspirations of our country, Kenya, in terms of university education and research. May you, Jehovah God, grant us our wish and supplication be heard before you, and that through your miraculous ways you bless our dear country with the resources needed to implement the recommendations of this conference. I therefore pray for your excellency upon the chief guest, Ambassadors Nakwesi, and those who will lead us in various capacities until the end. And I pray this believing in Jehovah God through your dear Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. You can have our seats, please.
Thank you, Vainandu. I'll request the management to try and regulate the temperature of the room. It's a bit cold. And we shall tell you when you can perhaps raise it. Now I call upon the chairman of Technical University Council.
الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you. Translated as the Lord's Prayer.
We shall learn that. Thank you, Daktari, for the prayer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think having been blessed from those two prayers, we are now ready to forge ahead. My name is Nanjakululu Owanambirifuma, Deputy Preparing. So I'm sure that we are I want to know perhaps who is here, and we shall do our introduction. Comes around with the mic, so that this could be an opportunity for you. You may not have another opportunity. We hear your voice, and we know who you are. So, without wasting time, our chief guest, we're going to start with the recent, the youngest chartered university, Alupe University. Alupe University, all the way from West. Alupe University. I'm told it's far, they're still on the way. Next is Bomet University College. Bomet University College.
My name is Professor Simon Eric Mitema. I'm the chairperson of Bomet University College. I think Professor Ann Nangulu, I don't know if she's around. Maybe she's still checked. She hasn't checked in yet. Thank you.
I've been advised correctly by the chief guest. I think instead of going university by university, perhaps we shall just go in the order of how.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Professor Bosire Monari Mwebi, Chairperson, Meru University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Professor Romano Sodiambo, Professor of Statistics, the Vice Chancellor, Professor of Statistics in JKU, but the Vice Chancellor of Meru University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Chacha Nyagot Chacha, Chairman Commission for University Education.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Mecho Masake, Chairperson of Rongo University.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Adelaide Mbithi, Chair, University of Kabianga.
My name is Geoffrey Monari, the CEO of University Funding Board.
Morning. I'm Mohamed Rajab, the Vice Chancellor, Pwani University.
Dr. Christopher Gatama Gakaho, Chairman, Machakos University. Thank you.
I'm Vainado Ingana, Head of Research in the Ministry.
Geoffrey Muluvi, Vice Chancellor, Southeastern Kenya University. to increase access to education and the training, improve quality and relevance of education, reduce inequalities, as well as leverage on knowledge and skills in science, technology and innovation for global competitiveness. When you look at the challenges facing the education sector, and you find them highlighted in sessional paper number 1 of 2019, the following have been identified as the challenges facing the education sector: issues to do with equity, quality and relevance, completion and the transition. And by the way, despite a lot of talk on 100% transition, I did calculate the transition from secondary education to university education at the moment stands at 15%. It has been 15% transition to university education, both public and private, over the last several years. And when you look at the transition from secondary to tertiary institutions, that's a TVET institution, diploma colleges, is about 25%. Combined, we are talking of transition of 35% from basic education to tertiary institutions, which is still very low. Issues to do with efficiency, the management of educational resources, cost and the financing of education, and there will be many presentations to that effect. Gender and regional disparities, challenges facing educators and learners with special needs, and the teacher quality and utilization. We have already been told that the theme of conference is sustainable universities for national transformation. When you look at the objectives of this conference, there are about 6 of them: develop aspirations and the shared visions in the areas of governance, legislation, and other regulations that can support public university education to ensure efficiency in governance and optimal operations stock functions. Number 2 is to establish strategies to reduce debt and guarantee sustainability. Number 3, benchmark with the best practices across the globe. And we have a few presentations to that effect on human resource and revenue generation that supports academic programs for improved efficiency. Number 4, establish the appropriate structure for student placement and the funding in public universities. And we have presentations to that effect. And also plan for strategic response on the continued changes in the education sector, especially in relation to implications of CBC implementation on the university's curricula. And there will be presentations to that effect. And finally, we would to establish the roles of stakeholders in transformational public university education. Those are the objectives of the conference. We hope at the end of the conference, we will be able to prepare a comprehensive report. And good enough, this conference is happening when there is also a transition taking place, and we believe that through our chief guest, what we will come up with at the end of the 3 days will be able to be made available to the incoming government for implementation. Thank you. With those brief remarks, I now want to invite the chairperson of IPUCC. If you look at the conference, is supposed to be my chair. Our term has expired, and the chairpersons, I think, have not. I don't know whether they have somebody to speak on their behalf to just give opening remarks. If not, I will go straight and will invite the PS State Department for University Education and Research, Ambassador Simon Nambukwesi, to give his remarks and officially open the conference. Thank you.
But when you are doing other things that need to be known to other people, you keep quiet. So I want to encourage that we blow our horns so that people know what is happening in the universities. The investment must be viewed in a national as well as an international context. And therefore, issues of access, sharing of information, and transparency, nationally and internationally, need to be addressed in the governance model, including access to existing national databases. We want to encourage collaboration and linkages, locally and internationally. In the current age of the fourth industrial revolution and the global sustainable development goals, nations all over the world are strategizing on how to enhance their collaborations and partnerships in order to achieve their national development objectives and to adhere to their international obligations. Kenyan public universities have numerous collaborations and linkages locally and internationally, but some of them are as good as dead. Some of them, you only signed and that is it. Nothing was done about it. Collaborations in the university academic field is important for producing competitive products and services. In collaborations, universities benchmark, they exchange ideas, human and other resources are also exchanged. On the other hand, collaborations in research and innovation enhance ideas, generate new knowledge, and increase creativity. Therefore, collaborations in research and innovation between academia, industry, government, and the community are connecting the world in unprecedented ways for a way of life due to groundbreaking research, disruptive technologies, and fast-paced development. The following interventions have been proposed for leveraging on collaborations and linkages. Number one, we came up with budgets. Officers retreated, sat down, they are experts on budget, and they sat with people from National Treasury. Came up with a budget that will be relevant, will satisfy the needs of the university. But when it was taken over to the committees, it was returned to where we were. Unfortunately, it looks like we pull in different directions, and it does not help us. We need to develop and implement a policy on raising resources from other avenues, perhaps through competitive research and entrepreneurship grants, alumni associations, continuous education, community service, and business investments. I want to believe, for example, University of Nairobi, and many people here went through the University of Nairobi. If they took an example of what I saw at Texas A&M University, that for you to be recognized for an avenue or a road or a street in the university to be named after you, or a building to be named after you, you have to commit a certain resources so that a building is named after you. I want to believe the older universities will benefit more if this was to happen. Because there are people who have money, if they are approached. We want to ensure that revenue collection software, all the information from the software, and the student kept quiet and disappeared. Technology is challenging us. We want to ensure that outstanding university fees is collected before students sit their exams, and universities may need to subcontract revenue collection firms to manage debt collection, particularly debt collection. And we want to encourage the teaching and research staff to pursue consultancy and research projects. And among other things, we want to address interventions for public debt management, which include setting up priorities by identifying the activities which are crucial for achieving organizational objectives, adapting new approaches to resource allocation and resource utilization. And that's why I would wish that we pay a lot of attention to what Professor Uma will present. He presented to us when we were in South Africa, and it was very impressive, because it will tell you where there is need for even more pieces of furniture in a room within the university. It will tell you where a student has dropped out and where the dropout rates are higher, where the progress rates and completion rates are higher, and where there is need for more enrollment, and it follows students into employment and how successful they become. I think that is the kind of thing we wish to borrow and put in place with modifications to suit us, so that we are able to take charge of what we are doing. We are able to evaluate ourselves, because as Rousseau put it, life that is not evaluated is not worth living. So we need to develop a debt management strategy. And above all, we'll wish that National Treasury, and I hope PS National Treasury will eventually confirm to be here. He has representatives coming, but I hope he'll eventually be here. When you have pending bills because of inadequate funding, it's not your fault. But those you owe will cause you a lot of discomfort all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken for so long. With these remarks, it is my pleasure to officially open this conference, and I hope that its final product in terms of recommendations will be implemented. Above all, I want to encourage that as individuals, if you are a chair of a council, you are a vice chancellor, you are a principal, stay to pick out something from the presentations that will come up here, so that when you leave, you are not the same person. You have an idea or two to carry to your institution to implement and experience some reform. Let there be some reform after these 3 days of meeting here. I thank you all and wish you the very best as you discuss.
Thank you, Ambassador. PS, where I come from, a man of his caliber, hiyo makofi haitoshi. Makofi tena! Thank you, PS, for the wise, inspiring remarks, thought-provoking. You have set the pace. Thank you so much. To crown it all, I want to invite the chairperson of Tom Mboya University to just move a vote of thanks. And thank you, PS, for even donating time for us. You have donated 10 minutes. Thank you so much. That's what it means by being an ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. It's really difficult to summarize, and I'm not going to say anything, but my task here is to move a vote of thanks for our chief guest, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, representing CS, Professor Magoha, I know he's spoken about many things, including governance, collaboration and partnerships, research and innovation, forming centers of excellency, funding, many things. And I understand a lot of these things are going to be addressed as we go along. But just to really thank you, Bwana PS, for sparing time to spend time with us. And from what you've said, I've realized you've been following through. You've been to meetings where these challenges have been presented, and we believe you are in the right place to follow through some of the things that you briefly mentioned. Thank you so much. I am glad to hear that some of these professionals, like professors, the status of professors and researchers, not just going home and packing and going and staying without information. I'm hoping that that will be followed, because I think we are losing a lot of talents in research done by universities or research institutions. And we had this. I also want to note that you talked about the numbers in Kenya of qualified staff, but I would like to say that we do not want to compare ourselves with the rest. We want to compare ourselves with the best. They say in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. We don't want to be in the land of the blind. We want to be in the top notch of researchers globally. You've talked about many things that we have addressed when we were doing research, and the professors here will know we had these things. We have the policies, we have everything, but they are we all know, they are in our shelves gathering dust. So we really hope you can follow this through, especially the funding, so that we can use these brains that are in the country. And that should then lead to transformation of our nation through technology. And as I said, mine is not to repeat what you said, because I couldn't, even if I wanted, is to say that we will be listening keenly, and we will be looking up to the ministry and to Treasury and you as our speakers and representatives to talk to the Treasury, because we can't continue. If you compare what we are getting in research and in education, we all know it's low. You recognize that, and we hope that we shall be adequately funded if we want true national transformation through education. Thank you very much, Bwana PS, and we hope we can stay a little longer and listen to some of the. He says he's here to stay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Augusta Ambete, Chair Abate, Chair Tom Mboya University. Thank you very much. With that, we have come to the end of the first session. But before perhaps we break for tea, which is just behind you, where the paparazzis, I can see the cameras are, that entrance will be leading us to where we shall be having a tea. Let me take this opportunity to ask the members who joined us a little bit later after the introduction to do so. So I will start from this end. You will just stand up so that you introduce yourself. Perhaps we may not ask you why you came late, but just introduce yourself.
Please don't ask me, but my name is Dr. Jane Nyakango. I'm the chairman of University Council, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology.
Good morning, Musangi Mutua, Chair, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Professor Teresa Akenga, the Vice Chancellor, University of Eldoret. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Professor Solomon Igosangwa, the Vice Chancellor, the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Joseph Rotich, the Vice Chancellor, Laikipia University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anne Nangulu, Principal, Bomet University College. I didn't come late, there were just some issues. So,
Good morning, everyone. Dismas, CPA Dismas Ogot, CFO University Education.
Is CPA Ogot. This is Senior Chief Finance Officer, Ministry of Education, State Department of University Education and Research. This is the person. Yeah, mwangalie vizuri.
Who else? They have not had your name.
Most of you know me. I'm CPA Dismas Ogot, Senior Chief Finance Officer, State Department for University Education and Research. My name is spelled there as Ugot. It is not Ugot. It is Ugot.
Yeah, the name was misspelled in the program. It's Ogot, not Ugot. We are sorry for that, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is CPA Johnson Juguna, Deputy Accountant General, Ministry of Education, State Department for University and Research. Thank you.
Good morning, CPA Charles Ringera, Higher Education Loans Board. Thank you.
Masi Wahome, COPS.
You had introduced yourself? I mean, from the previous thing. Oh, you're right.
I'm kindly informed, and there's a request that before perhaps we break for tea, we shall have a group photograph with our chief guest outside here. I think there's been arrangement has been made. We do it a little bit fast. We take our tea, we come back and start our second session. I'm told for the washrooms, they are on our right. There is some baraza. It's called Baraza, not Baraza of Taita Taveta Professor, but there's Baraza room, which has the washrooms on my right. You can go through here or go through the outer door. So we can move. Thank you so much for your patience and for your keen listening. Thank you. Karibu. So we have a group photograph. It's going to be led by Madam Ruth Kirwa. She's waiting for us.
No, just tell me. Mr.
I'm going to ask you to sit there, and you are also coming there. So come and sit so that people can feel we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask the two presenters, Professor Chacha Nyaikoti from the Commission for University Education and the Director of University Education to come on the stage so that we can begin our meeting. Please take your seats. Welcome, sir. You can, yeah, karibu.
Kidogo. Are you a Luya? The Luya sit on that side of Korea. Waluya wawili mnaweka Mkuria katikati, mnataka kuninyonga.
Sasa mimi naenda kuwaita. Who is the MC? You know you are presenting and you are the MC, so I want to move to your assistant. Okay. So you know we have 30 minutes maximum. So you have agreed. You'll just do introductory. He will do the rest of it.
Yeah,
then you
I will
will
also
have
take
10 minutes. 10. Then we can call the panel for discussion.
Yeah, we need to, because most of the things.
But the key thing are that we want to bring out the issues and. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to begin our session. Our first theme, we want to thank our chief guest, PS Ambassador Nabukwesi, for setting that major thematic presentation to us. And we are now going to the first theme, which is going to run For those who may not have known me, Professor Fred Simiyu Barasa, the Vice Chancellor of Taita Taveta University. We have two presenters here as listed on the program. We are going to have the chairman of the Commission for University Education, Professor Chacha Nyaikoti Chacha, and we are also having the Director, University Education, Mr. Dairas Mogaka, who is represented here by Mr. Johnson Nanjakululu. Johnson decided in the morning to use two very difficult names. I can't even remember the other one. And he decided not to use the easier one, but he's Johnston Nanjakululu. And he's going to represent the Director for University Education. They are going to give a thematic thrust on governance and the law, and particularly look at the evolution of university education in the changing legal and policy environment, interrogating
the influence and impact of universities in all of this and on all of this. And we are going to have that key presentation, and it will be followed up by a panel, a discussion panel, which will be a group of vice chancellors who will come up to interrogate the issues that are raised. Ladies and gentlemen, our purpose, as was articulated by the chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Committee, is to be able to identify what are the key issues that confront the university sector, so that we can also interrogate among ourselves the key strategies on the way forward for addressing those issues in the various thematic areas that are listed on the program. I know that among us we generally know what they are, but the key thing is to interrogate them deeply and be able to identify and isolate those key issues, which will then end up with a key, what we shall see as key recommendations at the end of this conference, and strategies on the way forward. So we want to invite Mr. Johnson Nanjakululu, who we shall have about, it's listed at 30 minutes, but we are behind, so they will take shorter than that. Maybe 5 minutes for Johnson, another 15 minutes or so for Professor Chacha Nyaikoti, and then we shall move. So you note and raise the issues when we shall come to the discussion phase. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Chacha Nyaikoti, Johnson Nanjakululu, to be able to take the lead, and after Johnson, he will invite Professor Chacha Nyaikoti. Johnson.
Thank you, Session Chair, Professor Baraza, Vice Chancellor, Taita Taveta University. Our chief guest, I have very easy task, because behind me is a professor, so I'm protected. Now, evolution of university education in changing legal and policy environment. The word evolution takes me back to those days when I studied Bodzu and up to the university level, and the word evolution is a very critical word. It's a word which means, in short, you have to change, then adopt to the environment. And that means there must be an environment first. There must be an environment for you to change. So universities operate within an environment. Which environment is this? Which environment is this that will necessitate the change? That means for the universities to adopt, reconfigure, and have some structures that will be able to conform to adopt to the change. So first, there must be an environment. What environment is this that universities operate in, that they need to change, adopt, that means change, adopt some structures, reconfigure the way they operate so that they fit in the environment. The environment is diverse. Universities find themselves in a very diverse environment, and very difficult environment. These are institutions sometimes are looked at as they say ivory tower. This is an institution, the pinnacle of knowledge. This is an institution that it finds itself in an environment that there is a lot of demand. There's a lot of demand. The community, the environment, that the professor will be talking about the environment. And therefore, to be able to operate under this environment, ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, at one time, each university had its own act. Currently, we could be having about 41 acts, but they were collapsed. With the coming of the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, that's an environment we changed. We changed, and now we collapsed all the acts into one, Universities Act. The question will be, was it okay? Has it worked well for us? Or we still need each university to have its own act? Those are some of the questions. Now, you will find that the Universities Act has been with us for a very short time, but there are various changes already. There are various changes already. Amendments. It has gone through some amendments. Does it mean that perhaps we did not focus well when we were coming up with this act? That we need now changes? And any change you make means a university has to adopt to it. Change. That's a very short time. We need to refocus. So there are so many, I'm just looking at the Universities Act, which affects most of us, but I want to say there are so many legal frameworks that affect universities. A few are mentioned here, but there are so many. We have not gone to even the labor laws. We have not looked at even other acts. There are so many acts that affect universities. This is one institution with so many as if it were missiles directed to it. So the environment under which universities operate is a very difficult environment. Yet, a lot is expected from the universities. So how can universities be able to navigate through this? Because if there are laws, we have enough. Still want to make more for universities. And as I've said, a lot is expected from the universities. Everybody is looking upon the universities. So how are the universities supposed to behave in these? You are expected to adopt. When you move left, you are told there is the CPA. Those who are CPAs here will tell you there is that act. When you go to those who are in procurement, they tell you this is the act. This is how you toe the line here. There's so many things. I'm just mentioning a few. There's so many. Yet you are expected to at least operate within the law and the framework. Remember, all of them are directed at the cardinal role of the universities, the three functions that you have for teaching, research, and to the universities. And that's why sometimes we find ourselves as universities, it may not be possible to those are very many for universities. how do we operate under them? That we are able to operate within the laws, and therefore we don't find ourselves in problems. But make sure that we improve the teaching. We improve our research the way it has been said, yeah, and disseminate this information. So it's a very difficult role, and with this presentation, we request that you may not be able to see a slide. The slides were there. But we are talking to academicians, talking professors. Can we philosophically look at the key issues that is affecting us in terms of governance and the law? The laws are so many. Universities are operating under that environment. How do we navigate through this, that we are able to achieve our objective as universities without really being perhaps accused? Yet a lot is expected from us. With those very few remarks, I want now to introduce and bring on board the person who ensures that this is implemented, especially in terms of quality assurance and other laws, and that is the Chair, Commission for University Education, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Johnson, for the introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are well on track, and thank you for raising the issues and the questions we are going to ask ourselves, and trying to find out ourselves the issues are also going to be interrogated. Karibu sana. Professor Chacha brings huge experience to us from the country and from the region. I remember we were meeting in France and we were making jokes when he was at the Inter-University Council of Eastern Africa and I was at the African Council for Distance Education. So we are very happy to have you here today to set the tempo for our discussions. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Barasa. Bwana PS, great veterans of this terrain, I have the honor to recognize Professor Francis Gishaga. I have seen my mentor, Professor Wandiga, and quite a number of you participants here, my colleagues, with whom we have traveled this terrain, vice chancellors, chairpersons of councils, and all the other institutions which are related. I have seen 002 here. Are you here, Charles? You have disappeared. That's the CEO of HELB. Quite a number of interesting individuals whom I have to recognize here. I have a presentation, and usually we come here every now and then. We have presentations. We have slides. We talk around slides. And it is good sometimes to keep record so that, as I was joking with the PS, that most of these photographs we take in conferences, we never use them when we go back home. But when we die, they find their way into a booklet, which so I was wondering why we take photographs every time we meet, and yet I'm not sure whether we really understand what photography and what these photographs entail. But we laughed about it. We said that is part of human experience, and it is important for us to gather here from time to time. We are privileged today to meet here to engage ourselves on a very serious matter. the question of our university education. And I think the most important thing is to anchor a point which has not been acknowledged before, that the Commission for University Education takes care and regulates both private and the public universities. Today, in this room, we are having a meeting of public universities represented by chairpersons of councils and vice chancellors and other allied leadership. We at the Commission are speaking to you as one of the sub-elements that we take care of, because we also take care of the private university systems. We were asked to speak about these regulations, the laws, the institutional framework, and the way we have had a transformation throughout history. Many of you know that we were a colony. Many of you know that we were in East Africa, but we were also part of the UK. And in fact, the original professors, the real professors, were professors of the University of London and the University of East Africa. And by the time things changed, they changed because we inherited something which is called a process. We as a country, we are a country of laws, rules, and regulations. So when we meet here as a sector, that's why it becomes imperative that we must interrogate the processes through which we have gone as far as law is concerned and as far as regulations are concerned. The bottom line, because we all know this history, we know where we came from, we know we used to have the University of London, we know we had the University of East Africa with 3 university colleges, one in Dar es Salaam, where all lawyers were trained there, and the one in Makerere, which started as Royal Technical College, and Rose. It was focusing on a number of areas of specialization, engineering, agriculture, and then if you wanted to be a medical doctor, that time before the late Professor Mungai took off from Makerere with some of the cadavers and a vehicle to come and establish our medical school, all medical people in the region were trained in Makerere. Now those were guided by laws which were anchored in the colonial heritage of how the university system was to exist. And at that time, the university system, I think, was elitist. Individuals who went to the university, even those of us who came to Nairobi later on, our parents used to tell the villagers that my son has gone to Makerere, because I think that time the epitome of university education system was at Makerere. But you know the law in 1970, those of you who are interested in these things of regulations and law, 1970 we had a law that split this University of East Africa into 3 autonomous universities. Now I think today, when we meet here about all these laws, we need to ask ourselves about the issues of autonomy. So those people who will be meeting here, I am trying to think that the best way we can benefit from our gathering here is to focus on the plenary and the panel discussions, so that we talk about issues which are very critical and important, and we ask ourselves, how has the question of autonomy of a university evolved from the time the concept and the practice of training people in a university system started in the region until now? Can we still attest to the fact that universities, and especially we public university system, are autonomous? And if we have challenges regarding that element of being autonomous, then we need to discuss about it. We need to look at best practices in the world and see what kind of legal system they put together to underpin the element of autonomy of university. But I think it is important also to note that during the time of all these transformations, including our own laws, including the law which I would like to amplify later on, the University Act 1985 and the University Act 2012, what has changed about the crucial issue that the permanent secretary, principal secretary, they say, addressed funding? Because I think we gather here sometimes, we talk about so many things, we talk about regulations, we talk about processes, but the bottom line of why we are even here is because we need to deliberate and discuss about funding. Funding of public university systems, because private is a private enterprise. If they are not able to fund optimally, they can close their business, just like a shopkeeper. If he's not able to bring merchandise into the shop, he can close his shop and go away. So we need to talk about funding, and I'm glad that in the topics and the discussions that we are going on, we'll be talking about that. And the laws which have come, the University Act 1985. University Act 1985 anchored the question of quality education at the university level. And it was precipitated by the fact that there was a desire to move the institutions which were offering university education from public focus to private focus. This was actually spearheaded by the establishment of USIU for Professor Geshaga and Wandiga. You'll recall that they had bought or hired an old building in Westlands where they started offering degree programs. And at that particular time, it became apparent that Kenya needed a law, a very strong law, which will regulate the establishment of private universities. And we therefore enacted the University Act 1985 that created the Commission for Higher Education, which is a precursor of the Commission for University Education. And the purpose was to ensure that quality remains the fulcrum of our university education system. And if you read that law, the University Act 1985, you realize that we were looking far. And in fact, it is quoted that when the other countries in Africa were haphazardly growing their university system, we decided to grow our university system through a regulatory regime that will ensure that there are rules and the regulations, there are procedures and the demands and the expectations that in order for you to establish a university, you must meet. That time, our public university system was very small. At one point, you recall that we had only one university, University of Nairobi. And then there were laws, university acts, which gave birth to other universities. The second one was the Moi University Act. Then we came to Kenyatta University Act. We went to Egerton University Act and Maseno, then JKU Act, then Maseno, then Masinde Muliro. At one point we used to call, when Professor Geshaga was the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, there were the Big Seven. Were you the Big Seven? I think there were 7 universities. And at that time, we were very envied in the university system. I remember when I started teaching at Kenyatta University, before I went for my PhD in 1982, our salaries used to be in our accounts by 20th. If it is late, it will be 22nd. So it's no longer that way. I think we need to ask, at that time, it was very glorious to be a university professor or lecturer, because I'm sure when the budding Deputy Vice Chancellor of Nairobi University, Professor Wandiga, were taking over, they even used to handle what they used to call the research fund, the Dean's Fund. So students who are doing masters and PhD could apply to the deans and they get funded to go and undertake their research. So these are the issues that I would like us to juxtapose with the laws and regulations. Instead of looking at slides, we talk about them. We ask ourselves that every time we are admonished and we are asked about so many challenging questions about the role of universities, and we tend to think that it is the regulations and the rules and the laws which have curtailed our ability to perform optimally. I'm not very sure whether that is so. But I think it is important for us also to ask ourselves about whether that autonomy, you still can manage it when perhaps you don't even control the admission process of the students you admit. When you talk about universities, which many of you had the honor to go to, Sussex, Essex, Warwick, Edinburgh, Oxford, Cambridge, Yale, Harvard, and the rest, departments admit students. The head of department or the dean of a school, they admit students. They don't have centralized admission system. What does the centralized admission system in Kenya and public university system, and we have extended it to private university now, what does it add as value addition to the quality of university education, to the autonomy of university education? The rule and the law that created groups was actually an appended act to the University Act. I think it's important for us also to ask ourselves that, as the PS said, we need to review these laws. We need to ask ourselves whether they have served us well, and if they haven't, because the university system throughout the world is on the move, is not static. It is not insular. It is not monolithic. But our systems have tended to continue remaining as centralized systems, and I think it is important for us to ask ourselves several questions. And I'm talking about the University Act, which was, I think, amended in 2012, then 2016. We have also proposed to amend that act, and that the PS attested to that. But some of the things we should be asking ourselves as we think about this transformation should be, can we practice a liberal undergraduate education system so that students do not, from the first year, they haven't even reached the university, you are telling them, oh, you have been admitted to do actuarial science, then 3/4 drop out. Or you have been admitted to do this course, that course. I think it is important for us to interrogate the law. Ask ourselves if we are going to transform public university system, and for us, when transforming public university system, we also urge to private university system because we regulate both. But it's important for us to ask ourselves the question of what programs are being offered into the university. When I came to the university as an undergraduate, and Professor Geshaga can bear me witness, because I think he was already teaching in Wandiga, and a few people were already teaching, perhaps 2 others. The rest are my colleagues with whom we started struggling as tutorial fellows, and then grew up. You were either Bachelor of Science or BA. Then within Bachelor of Science, there were several specializations. Even within the BA, there were several specializations. DOs, they did public administration and government. Then they became DOs. But in the same Bachelor of Science, you could find so many people, including those who are doing agriculture. Actually, they earned a degree called Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. And then we used to have BA with education, especially from Makerere. For those colleagues of ours who went to Makerere, then here we started Bachelor of Education Arts, Bachelor of Education Science. Then there was BCom and LLB. And then there was engineering. Now, there are so many degree names. Can that help us to transform? Should we regulate that? Should we put laws to look at the university worldwide and say, in the university called Harvard, they don't have a Bachelor of Flower Gardening. In Kenya here, you can even get a degree like that. So it's important for us to ask ourselves several questions. We need to talk about internationalization. We need to talk about the quality of education, as the PS had said. But I want also to mention, and I'm sorry, for the 6 minutes which are remaining, I will try to rush. I want to mention that we need to anchor the laws of East African community through the Inter-University Council on the question of credit transfer, because it will help us a lot. Where there is a public university with the highest capacity in a particular area, we have started in the same area, we can allow students to transfer there for their second year or their second semester and then come back later on. It is important for us to have rules and regulations as well as ability to move. Then we have talked, this is the last one. We have talked about the niche. Every day we talk about that. We say, why can't a University X be known for a particular thing? Some of us, I can see colleagues here and those of you whom I taught at KU, when we taught at KU or were taught at KU, we knew it was education. Now everybody offers education. Can we consolidate? Do we need laws or rules and the regulations to force you to consolidate? Because we have been talking about right sizing, rationalizing, merging. These are terminologies. But we have no escape route to avoid them. So it's important for us, as we discuss today and tomorrow and the day after, to touch on some of these things, because they may be our salvation in terms of how we force ourselves to think critically and strategically on how to inculcate them. So the niches, can we say that the best law school is Nairobi? But I know that the best law school can be anywhere. I know the university where I'm associated with, called Kisii, is now doing wonders in Europe in law. So let's converse, let's talk about laws, regulations, acts of universities which we threw away, and they had the University Act which brought all of us together. And I say, this pending bill in Parliament, are we aware of it? Can we look at it here? Can we try to see how we can add value on it? And I think together, as colleagues, chairpersons of councils and the vice chancellors. Professor Baraza, I'm sorry that I took 2 more minutes, but this is what it takes to be the chairman of the Commission for University Education, because I used the prerogative. Asante sana. Asante. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chacha Nyaikoti and Mr. Johnson Jagululu. You've raised a number of issues that need to be interrogated, and I will give about 5 5 minutes, 6 minutes for those who want to ask any question or raise anything that you think should come in before we bring in the panel that is going to discuss the next part, which we are going to look at. Anybody with a comment, question? Yes, where's the other mic? We should have people here serving us, so you don't expect me to run down with mics. I hope that's not what you expect, right? Yeah, but the question might come to you, so don't go down. You are offering to go down, but I will go down, but we need more organization. No, you need another mic, not mine.
Thank you very much, VC. Yes, and I appreciate the presentations. And I want to acknowledge that for quite a while, we have been talking about transformative, leadership or transforming our universities for many years now. But I don't think that we have done much to do that. And the biggest question we have got to ask ourselves, how do we talk about transformative leadership in our universities when, as we talk now, most universities are in their dead beds? Basically, we are in the dying beds because of funding issues. How do we talk about transformative leadership with that kind of situation? And also, more importantly, also, the political environment, the general environment under which our universities operate is relatively hostile. Whether we talk about the political environment, whether we talk about the industrial sector, the environment is quite hostile towards university systems. And how do you work in that kind of environment? Our university education in our country, we have got to say that it is really not a priority. Even in our ministry, most of the focus is being placed in basic education. We don't see any focus in the university education sector. With that kind of environment, how do we talk about transformative leadership in our public universities? The existing regulations are very much concentrated. The Universities Act, it was changed in 2016, but those changes were basically political changes, and in many instances, particularly the appointment of top management, it was just political kind of arrangements, and it's even more confusing. It is very confusing when we hear that we need to have what we call merging of universities, whatever rationalizations, and then we get again more universities are being created. So the situation is very murky and very confusing, and I don't understand how we can talk about transformative leadership with those fundamental issues which we are confronting as universities. Thank you very much.
Okay, 1 minute. Yeah. Which one was he using? This one or this one? Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Mine is a brief one. It's not as long as what John Akamas raised here. Professor Chacha, my senior, you raised the issue of having liberal university admission. I was wondering, in Kenya, and you know what happens in Kenya, how do we regulate that? How do we ensure that standards are kept, quality is kept, if everyone is going to admit students? Because you will start seeing people admitting students for degree who have scored E's. I just wanted to know that.
Okay, the last one. Meanwhile, my panelists, just get ready. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Mdanyi from Kisii University, chairperson. Thank you so much, Professor Chacha, Nyaigoti Chacha, for that wonderful presentation. And I just want to pick on your last, where you talked about should universities have a niche. So that, like, for example, you said in the past we knew that we went to Kenyatta University, it's education. I think that is a good way to think, but I think also there is something that for me I look at as emerging areas. You may not start off as this is our area, but as you move on, you realize you are actually doing very well, and you may well want to specialize in this as your space. Just like has been mentioned, Kisii University has really emerged to be doing very well in law. The last 4 years, our students have been the best at the Kenya School of Law. So we may not have known when we started the journey that we'd be very good in that, but it's an emerging area, and we can now comfortably say we are doing very well in law. Our School of Medicine has emerged the third of the universities that are doing medicine. It's also an emerging area. When we started, we could have said that's a young university, should not even do medicine. So as we think about that niche, I think we may not want to compel universities to do this because they are in this area. You are in the highlands, do agriculture. We may not want to compel them. There are areas that are emerging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't give another one. I'm the one in charge. Yeah. I know there are many people who want to speak, ladies and gentlemen, but that's why we are here. I wanted to raise the tempo, and we have the plenary coming. So hold your questions, hold your comment. I want to invite the panelists of five eminent people, and then we are going to have a whole plenary of about 40 minutes before lunch. So please write and hold it. Don't lose it. I'm happy that there are very many hands, and that's what I wanted to ensure we can see. If I ask and there's no hand, it means we are failing. If there are so many hands that you have to pull down, it means we are succeeding. I know Prof wants to speak, but he's going to respond to others. So, kindly, Professor, take your seat. As the panelists are coming, Professor wants to talk for 1 minute, but immediately they are seated, I will take the mic from him. Could I call the following eminent persons, please? Professor Leila Abakar of Technical University of Mombasa, Professor Isaac Kibwake, VC Egerton, Professor Romanos Odhiambo, VC Meru University of Science and Technology, Professor Anna Ngulu, Principal, Bomet University College, Dr. Namasake.
Funds dedicated to the drivers, to the support staff that go with all those offices. I know my boss, my good friend, Professor Vic Ngumi from JKUAT. When I was there for 10 years as a DVC Academic Affairs, we had a very, very big management, and I think each of those guys had a support staff. I don't know whether it is still there, but this one way in which, in terms of governance, when we are talking about restructuring our governance at that level, this has helped us a bit in Meru University. The last one I want to talk about is this financing thing. Of course, I've really gone through challenges in Meru University, but so far we are paying our salaries, we are paying our statutory deductions and everything. But for how long? Now, in the last 2 years, and Chair, please don't go and sack me, Professor Bosire, my chair, the council has been telling us we have to change. We have to look at alternative ways of generating funds. And so what has happened, my council and the Senate and the university management has come up with what is called RIC, Research, Innovations, and Commercialization, that our staff, our students, everything, they have to work. And that pipeline, just like we have the pipeline from Mombasa transporting petrol to Migori County, where I come from, then whatever student and the staff is doing in terms of research must follow the pipeline of research, innovation, and commercialization. The end result and the end dream is that at the commercialization stage, we should be able to have products which are sellable, which are commercializable, which can generate fund. Now, not very easy, but it seemed to be working. One simple thing that we did in Meru University, for example, was basically those who are in agriculture, just a drip irrigation technology. So I sponsor some people that whatever thing you are doing, I want to see it in my farm. And what I've seen the last almost 2 years is that my 2 professors in agriculture do something like that. And at the end of it, the money I give them, I see people going to the farm to buy these things. And every 3 or 6 months, they generate for me about 300 to 600,000. So the thinking is basically, in terms of RIC, is basically whatever research, whatever intellectual property that you develop must end up generating money. Finally, the council has been pushing me of late, and I heard my good friends, we come from the same county, Professor.
Alienating or passive in whichever way. So 2 minutes only, because I need the floor to also.
From the council, I just want to specifically focus on things that have to do with the councils. I had the privilege of being in a council before the 2012 Act came in and what it is like now. Prior to that, yes, we had a lot of independence, but remember at that time, the president was the chancellor. So you are actually dealing with the top person in the country. So when there were issues, you got response immediately. Sorry? Okay. So, but after the introduction of the 2012 Act, basically I would say that what you would call autonomy of the university was sort of pushed aside. Now you had to act as a team to follow the things that were going on. I remember that time I was in a university, a private university, where both the chancellor and the chairman were the same person. But then the new act says, no, you have to separate. So what I would say is that the new act came with some goodies and also difficult situations. Some of the goodies were that all of us were forced to think in a constructive way. How are we going, what kind of education, what quality of education were we going to offer? There was somebody comparing all of us. But the other part that was a bit difficult is that now with these changes, unfortunately, with the statutory whatever changes IMF had introduced, it meant that the universities were not getting all the funding that they required from the government. And so as much as were put together from the government, first we are struggling as a governing council to know where are these students going to sit. Are you offering a good environment that is conducive to education? Are you following the laws? So those are some of the issues that came up with having an Act 2012 that keeps changing. And then there are also issues that we are not able to tell whom should we listen to. Is it SCAC, who is, of course, was an advantage in that when you come to the council, you have somebody who is going to train you on what to do. But then SCAC has its own regulations. And like an example is one situation where the Auditor General is supposed to do almost the same kind of assignment as what is happening at the same time SCAC is advising us to do. So you are confused. Whom should I follow in this situation? Now the last one, 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds have already passed. Now, really, the last one is the whole question of who is supposed to decide the kind of people whom you should have in leadership within your university. If the people who are working, the council who is working in that university has no say, tell me, how would an outsider know that this is what is happening in Egerton University and the people we are appointing to position must understand what is happening in Egerton? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nangulu.
Thank you very much. I'll focus on the issue of particularly conforming to international treaties. UNESCO is very clear, and even what Professor Chacha has just raised, to go back to example, you are doing business management and you are teaching financing alone at undergraduate, you are already doing specialization. So I would just like to say that we do not even want to belabor much. Maybe we just go to the treaties, we go to the UNESCO guidelines, and then we follow the UNESCO guidelines so that we do not jeopardize our students where they are. Another issue that has not been achieved by universities and all of us, which is outstanding, is the ratio of undergraduate and postgraduate students. For one to be a research institution, you need to have at least 20% of your students being postgraduate of the total population of the undergraduate students. And the same notch, you at least need to have the same percentage of 20 for you to say that you have internationalized your institution for that global visibility that we are talking about. This is a very big outstanding issue, and it goes back to funding. And I want to appeal to the ministry that please bring back staff development program. Some of us are beneficiaries of that staff development program, and we were attached to it. We ended up giving service to university so that you have this up and you support postgraduate research and postgraduate program. There is the issue also that Ambassador Nabukwesi emphasized on partnership, collaborations, networking, and benchmarking. Universities are doing pretty well. If you see that universities have been doing very well, but you raised one fundamental point, that why are these collaborations virtually dead? It is the ministry need to assist us. You brought in the legal framework that for us now to get a collaboration running, we must also get it to be signed by the AG. If we are talking about academic freedom and academic autonomy, why should a university that is already operating under the Universities Act, that gives it the mandate to collaborate, again seek the ministry to sign a collaboration for us, seek the AG to sign a collaboration for us? That is what has killed it, because it is so cumbersome. Recently, I had Chinese coming in. They wanted to sign a collaboration with us, but the dynamics are too much. Where do you even get the funding to host all these stakeholders until you get it being signed? I would also like to mention that we need also to have the framework clear. How do we deal with the pandemics? Particularly now we have corona, which has not even gone. The ministry actually did more of inspecting what we are doing. But if we come to the books, we do not have a framework of how we deal with those emerging issues, yet it's a global issue. So let this be picked up, so then we have it and be sustainable, particularly also with funding. Another issue that I would like to talk about here is that we all said comfortably that we have adopted blended learning, including Bomet. Even our Senator Timoi, my VC is here, passed it for us. But what is the quality of the blended learning, and what is the framework for that blended learning? Everybody now says they are doing virtual. But what is the space and what is the environment? If I teach in a bar, if I listen to virtual and I'm in my car walking, am I really delivering blended learning, and is that digital transformation? So we need very clear policies that can come up, even in guidelines, that can address these international pertinent matters that are also emerging every day. But I'd like to make my last comment. I can see Barasa just next to me here, and I don't want to say anything. And this one is a discourse that I really like to have with the chair of commission, our senior Professor Chacha. He knows I was also commissioned, and this one I've always differed. Today, he has also noted to us, and everybody knows that we have private and public universities in Kenya. I would like to state clearly that currently we don't have private universities. If we actually go by the word go, most of the private universities now have more government-sponsored students than the private students. So are we really having private universities, or we are just having universities in Kenya? This is an issue, and I remember one time we suggested that let private universities have 25% students sponsored by government with 25% funding, and then they remain the autonomy of being private, rather than mixing them up, where you even have private universities are more government than government universities being even private. That issue must come up very clearly with very clear policy guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nangulu. I'm going to Professor Kibwake. And as Professor Kibwake comes, we come towards the end. I think we are coming up with key things, including, just a moment, sir, including the issue of private versus public. Can we redefine private versus public? What are the indicators? What are the benchmarks? Another issue coming up is that one of internationalization. And I see people looking at internationalization as per curriculum, internationalization as to faculty, internationalization as to research output, internationalization as to student profile, internationalization of universities. What are the benchmarks we are looking for? Where are we? Can we establish we are being pushed, all of you, to internationalize? Do we have university or government recognized benchmarks or indicators of internationalization as per Kenya? And if we have to attract students from other countries, if you have to attract, for example, Professor Gudu of Rongo University has to attract students from South Africa into Rongo University, and when they come to your lab, they realize it looks like the lab of a high school in South Africa. Are those students going to come? What are the support systems we are supposed to get as universities that we can be able to have the state-of-the-art equipment in our medical schools, in our labs, so that they can be able to attract international students? What is the focus? What is the strategy? Those are the issues we must look at, and can we come up with specific recommendations that can be able to help us overcome this pillar and this bump of internationalization? Thank you, Professor Kibwake.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to comment on only one item here, but I would like to just make a few statements which can be elaborated if necessary. One, the Universities Act has clearly given us a chancellor and a council, part of whose mandate is resource mobilization. And we are having challenges because of our society. How do you mobilize money from a culture which is not used to giving money? Either when you expire or when you are too rich, you give some to support society. The other one is admissions. We talked about STEM admissions, and I think we all know that we normally have a target on how many STEM students have you admitted into STEM courses. But we look at admissions in an environment which is fiscally challenged, without looking at the students going really to get the maximum out of that kind of training. We also have under governance the issue of there are many actors in the university sector. Professor Chacha, I think, avoided saying that depending on which degree program you are offering, you are also having other actors. So universities have become like agents to collect money for other statutory bodies. I would like to move to STI Act And there I want to just make a simple comment. A government can really not develop when it cannot fund research in universities. I remember if we look at society, science and the society, it is the number of publications which defines how you are growing as a country. And so we are not funding our researchers, but we give them targets. Targets which mean they have to go out looking for funds internationally. And remember, you get that money, I don't know whether strings are attached, but you remember the saying that whoever pays the piper calls the tune, or something like that. So we become spanner boys and the girls addressing foreign agendas in terms of research. And we need to look at that so that we fund our national research fund adequately to make an impact in research in our local universities. I know that I could talk on how we have reacted or responded to those challenges in Egerton. All I can say is that we are looking for funds from outside. We have preparing policy papers on agricultural issues, and some of our research has yielded into varieties of plants and seeds that are in the commercial market. But and we also have a system of dissemination of findings where people are invited and the research findings are discussed both with the participation of the counties and the national government. Ladies and gentlemen, we sit here, we don't have enough money, and we have procurement laws and the procurement officers. I used to wonder why they are able to make so much money and professors are still driving ramshackle vehicles. We are losing a lot of resources through procurement, manipulations. You are literally held hostage. And these ladies and gentlemen of procurement literally work in cohorts with the suppliers to rip off the universities. And I think we need to address this kind of issues. I know, Baraza, let me finish this, Baraza, then there is SRC. I hope the SRC colleagues will be here to tell us something about the guidelines they give and why they are normally at variance, and we keep getting different rulings from courts, creating instability in universities on issues of industrial strife. You know, our labor laws are really for the employee, and whatever we engage in, we must keep this in mind. We have CBAs which they don't agree with the unions. We have CBAs which the government doesn't fund, but we are expected to be managing universities. We need to address this matter. So whatever we do, as our PS said in the morning, really is that everything is coming down to finances. Unless we get reasonable and adequate financing. You should have asked Professor Kijaga to tell us what happened in 1994, 95, and we are now reaping the consequence. It is a circle that is gone round, and if we are not careful, we are going to go through it again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Kibwake. As a trained teacher, I went behind there to know whether the students are listening and hearing what they are talking, and I certify that they are hearing you well, because all mics are facing the other side. So when you are here, it's like you are talking to yourself, but you are being heard well. And Professor Kibwake, as Professor Laila comes, one of the things I wonder, you know, you bring students to train them, teach them in universities, then tomorrow you'll hear those students asking me to take my professors to be taught on what I have taught them and certify them. And we start complaining that they are, for example, I've not had any university running a course on to train them on how to negotiate with unions. That is the tragedy that we have in universities. Professor Laila. And then after Professor Laila, we shall have Professor Kosgei finally, and I open up.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the issue of university funding and sustainability in relation to technical universities. I come from Technical University of Mombasa, which was chartered in January 2013. Now, the Act provides for approval for having technical universities. It is there in the charter. So when we were chartered, first of all, and I'm happy that Commission for University Education are here, we were told that actually we were chartered under the wrong section because it was not indicating that it was the technical university. And according to the Act, the technical universities are supposed to be established from those institutions which were national polytechnics. So I don't think there is a problem with the Act itself, but it is that implementation which is becoming a problem, whereby we are supposed to be chartered accordingly as technical universities. Now, when we got that charter, because we were from National Polytechnic, we ended up inheriting staff. Because we were from National Polytechnic, we ended up inheriting staff who did not have the requisite qualification to teach in universities. This has been a thorn in the flesh. We have discussed this with the ministry, and we are having a big payroll whereby we are paying staff who actually are not able to teach those students who have been admitted under the degree programs. We tried as much as possible to train so that they get higher qualification, but as you know, some were able to go ahead and get masters and PhDs so that they can be. We decided that since we were a national polytechnic, we will still admit the diploma students so that those staff who are permanent and pensionable and there's nothing we can do about them, they can be able to teach those students. But now recently, and we are talking about the Central Placement Board, comes up with new regulations that and policies that universities are not supposed to get diploma students. So, and it went even further and said that HELB is also not supposed to help or to support those diploma students who go to universities. So that is where now our problems come in. Here we are lamenting we do not even have enough money. We do not get, even for those government-sponsored students who come under the differentiated unit cost, we still do not get the requisite amount that the government is supposed to give us for supporting these students. Then we also have those staff who cannot teach the degree students. And now you're being told that you cannot also admit those diploma students so that those staff who are there, as I said, permanent and pensionable, can actually be able to do some teaching. So to me, I think that is another problem which we have to face as technical universities, or those universities who inherited staff who could not or cannot be able to perform in the universities. Then, of course, as I said, as technical, we have the technical expertise. So when we have government projects, I think there should be policy whereby these civil engineers who are, and electrical and so on can be involved in government projects, because that's the only way also the universities can be able to make ends meet and get some other income or extra income that we really need. These technical courses that we are running, they are cost intensive. And you find that the University Funding Board, I don't know whether I'm hearing the 9%.
We have policies in our state where we are not just going to play a compliance role, but we are going to play the role of policy drivers, where we can be able to, is it enough to KUSU, WASU, KUDEHA come to fight vice chancellors and principals? And I told them, when the political environment are going to sell certain policies which they will implement. And I watched disappointedly on TV where WASU went to meet one of the political sides, and they were declaring, they were saying, please, and when you get there, implement the CBA we signed. That's all they were requesting. Then this leader recommendation to me that you do not ask them to implement something that you have not participated in developing a manifesto, so that when they come in power, you have already taken our role there. Do we only talk to ourselves? How do we from now ensure that our VCs, we become drivers of...
I'm going to take maybe two things. One is about the Universities Act and how we've aligned ourselves to the Act. Because one of the things that I learned when I went to Moi about 4 years ago is that we've actually shifted our focus from being a science and technology university to basically humanities. If you look at our population in terms of students and the workforce, staff members, the lecturers, and there's nothing wrong with that, Professor Chacha, but we actually feared off. And at some point I was almost asking for visitation to correct the situation. But what we've done to align ourselves is actually to revise our statutes. So we have our statutes 2021, 2013 revised 2021, in which case we have restructured our management system, coming down from 4 divisions, which we were also looking at it in terms of we should have some autonomy as a university to do our own statutes, so long as we conform largely to the Act. The other aspect was the promotion criteria, and I think the PS did mention our staff had not been promoted for a long time, and we actually had to do revision of our staff promotions using the criteria, but closely conforming to what the Commission for University Education had done. One of the other things that we've realized, which probably touches on what the facilitator said, is leadership training center. We are coming up with a leadership training center because we've realized most of us actually get into universities at whatever level, but they lack, the understanding of a university and leadership in general. So we are coming up with that, and we hope we'll be able to stimulate most of us to participate in national, debates and dialogues that concern universities. The other thing that I wanted to mention is the issue of funding. It's obvious, and I think this is something that is with us. We have a lot of debts, but beyond the debt, what else do we need to do? And we are coming up with a number of RGUs, ranging from growing hippos, which is a pet topic for my chairman there. Innovative ways, we have a resource mobilization directorate which we created recently to just be looking at how to mobilize resources from writing grants, getting to alumni and the like. And finally, I know Fred is about the issue of credit transfer, internationalization of programs. What we've done in Moi is create centers of excellence, and with this, those center problem that we do have, and maybe this is for the peers, is the issue of industrial unrest. And we tested it last year, where we have our students from Uganda, from Morocco, and all this, and they really were affected because we were on strike for almost 2 months because of unfunded CBS. So this is an issue that we need to address. If we are to really internationalize, we must get a stable, system. And finally, implementing the CAT system. I know, Professor Jaja, we were together in the credit accumulation and transfer system, which for the East African region, which has not been implemented up to now. So thank you so much. I would have talked more, but let me stop there.
Professor Koskei, thank you very much. Perhaps we can give a clap to this panel here. All right, I just want you to stand. There's something I want to tell you, everybody, if you can. Unless you cannot, please just stand. There's something I want to ask you to do. There's something I want to ask you to do. All right. Okay, you can stretch your right hand. If you'll not knock somebody, right hand down, left hand down, right hand up, down, left hand up, down, and God bless you. Sit. Now, just 2 minutes. Is there anyone with another key issue that should be addressed under governance and evolution of university education that you want addressed? Because we are moving now to CBC implementation, I would give 2 people.
Okay, Prof, Dual, just give me a chance because enough, we say ladies first. Let that be. Okay, I'm the Vice Chancellor from University of Eldoret, and I bring regards from Professor Mbula Bahemuka, who is our Chancellor. She would have really wished to be in part of this conference. And she just had one message to this conference, that can we come up with a resolution that we establish a Ministry of University Education, because university education in the past 10 years has not been taken seriously as it's supposed to be. We used to have a Ministry of Higher Education, and I think that time universities survived. So can we have a Ministry of University of Education? Then secondly, at University of Eldoret, we have looked at various resource mobilization strategies, and one that did not come out clearly from the panelists is this establishment of the endowment fund. And we are trying to make it come up so that we can support the university as much as possible. Then the last thing I want to comment on, I know, Prof, time is not on my side, and I'll be talking about CBS in the afternoon. The last thing is about the issue of the many statutory regulations, laws that we have to comply with. As I sit here now, I'm sure I've received around 10 circulars I'm supposed to respond to and comply to, and some of them are contradictory.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Professor Barasa. And I want to begin by acknowledging my colleague, Professor Kenga, for what she has just said. I was not going to say that, but I think this forum should send our peers with a message. We need a ministry in charge of university education. This should be if we have to send, and this is coming at just the right time because the new government is forming itself, we need to do that. I have had the chance to be a CEO of a university and a university college in the period that we had the ministry in charge of universities and the current structure. And I can tell you that the last time many of us who were there feel that universities received serious attention as institutions was when we had the ministry in charge of university education. If we have this huge Ministry of Education with all the things that go in it, primary and basic education, because of political interest, which is close to the people, take over completely. So peers, even if you want us to send a resolution, retailers and chairs of councils will be ready to sign that resolution, and you take it to the president and ask him that we want a ministry of university education. But that was not my point. That is the point of Teresa. My point was, I was privileged to serve in the task force that worked on the Universities Act 2012 under the chairmanship of David Some. At that time, the interest was just to align the, but we now have 10 years of experience with it. I want to again get back to the peers. Peers, we need to set up a proper task force to review that act, not the kind of thing that we have done in the last 4 years. 2019, January, was a very unfortunate situation for the universities when the act was, a major amendment was done by Parliament, and it has affected us in a very bad way. We now need to, you need to get a good team of people who understand how universities work, and even those who don't understand, because those ones who don't understand are usually the ones who come with very intelligent solutions, to work together to look at that act and come up with a new version of it. Thirdly, well, it is going to be final. There is simply too much interest to control what universities do. First, we have government agencies coming with statutory rules. Then we have even the ministry agencies themselves. And then we have professional bodies. Probably they are all well-meaning. A university is the only institution created in any country in the world to think for that country. Forget about things which are called think tanks. Those are just tanks. But the university is created to think for a country. You cannot think when your mind is already captured by somebody who tells you you must think in a particular way. And so as much as we keep on, as long as we keep on having all sorts of regulations impinging on the university, I'm not saying universities should not be controlled, and the freedom of the student to learn. And we should be given that. My final example on this is even research institutions. Where is Professor Yawa? He's not here today. He's a good friend of mine. And I've always asked, he wanted us to register every time you want to do research, you register with Oyawa. Every time you want to do research, you must register with Oyawa. Those of you who are mathematically minded, if you want to carry out research on the flight dynamics of a boomerang, you have to go and register with Oyawa, and you're a mathematician, for him to give you the freedom to think how a boomerang flies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Adwal. I think we need 3 Adwals here. That's why we are here. We come to the chair, Pwani University.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. But I think I'm following from Professor Dual, the question autonomy. What does autonomy mean for a university? In this connection, I would like to make just 1-2 comments quickly. One is that as we discuss the issue of university education, we should look at the whole system. Because where does the university get fed from? Who goes there after high school? How does this affect the quality of university learning? So as we talk, we should not lose sight of our entire system of education. On a lighter note, you kindly talked about negotiation skills. I'll tell you just a simple story. I don't think you can teach negotiating skills at a university, but you can. This was in the United States of America. In the end, this student, when he completed negotiating every time he was taking exam, and learned the negotiation skills through negotiating with these professors. And when he finished his first degree, he qualified and is now working at Hollywood, negotiating contracts for all these people who are acting. So he learned his negotiating skills through university. This is what university education does. This is why we go to school to learn, and we cannot define this kind of thing. We'll continue as the debate goes on. Thank you for giving the floor.
Thank you very much, sir. You remind me of a student that was caught cheating in exam, cheating in quotes. Then when he was asked, he said, actually, we have been taught about cooperative learning and teamwork, so I was just practicing it. So that's not the context we are talking about, but we thank the very last one, Professor Wandiga. Yeah, we are going, the plenary is coming. Yeah, so please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want us to think about the student life. In all these laws, recall, if you may, those who went to Makerere. They were given suits, they were served good wines, and they were given good eating habits. It was the training of life. And when we came to Nairobi at that time, those who came to Nairobi go to Hall 36 at Nairobi. And I don't think they are the only one. I think there are other Hall 36 in every university. What are we training? What are we? Please remember the student life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Women, we have a lot. You want to present? Yeah, come over. Meanwhile, as she comes, I've been requested to make this announcement. One is that lunch cards may be collected from the secretarial desk right there as you go out where you are registering. Then number 2, lunch will be served at the Pavilion 2 in the main restaurant of White Sands. So you'll go out, go through the reception, and go to Pavilion 2. I think there is 1 and 2. That's what I think. So, and thank God the PSCBC is not in, so we have saved time, and you have your 10 to 15 minutes max.
Yeah, keep it. Can I send you the soft copy as well?
Thank you very much, Chair of Session, Chief Guest PS Nabukwezi, Chairs of University Councils, Chair of Vice Chancellor's Committee, all the Vice Chancellor that have been, I'd have wanted to listen to Professor Fatma PS on what it is there is for competence-based education in the country. I can't help but when I listen to the issues that the Vice Chancellors have to deal with, I kind of sympathize or empathize, because we think it's only about teaching in the university, but there are many other issues. And one of the things that I want to bring to attention is that any educational reform that is not supported effectively with proper support for teacher education reform is bound to fail. I think yesterday as we came, 2 ministry officials were discussing about matters competence-based education. And one of the things I heard them say is that teachers are being left out. And so this is what brought the deans of education together to be able to ask ourselves questions. And what necessitated the deans to come together was Teacher Service Commission, one of the agencies that is seeking to control universities, brought a couple of suggested reforms to the teachers through, for teacher education, through the Deans of Education Forum. And so when the deans met with the Teacher Service Commission, with Deans of Education Forum. And so when the deans met with the Teacher Service Commission, we felt that the issues that they had raised should have come through the Vice Chancellors. And so we responded and guided by the Vice Chancellors at that particular point, and I'll mention chapter 8. There are about 12 of them that talk about what teacher education needs to look like at universities. I'm only limited to respond to what Teacher Service Commission has been asking us to do or to respond to in terms of program name, program duration, and mission requirements. And then very specifically, teacher admission criteria through COOPS for some specific programs, because I think TSC just picked a few programs and submitted them to COOPS, and then COOPS, of course, redirected that to the chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee. I am very grateful that Teacher Service Commission actually began the conversation. Otherwise, we would have kept quiet until 2029, and God knows what would have happened. Peradventure, this narrative of CBC continues. I know there is from all universities that have come together, not that we are formed under any regulation, but we felt these recommendations were too serious for us to imagine. As a dean of a specific university, you can think through with your team and come up with some substantive breakdown of those particular reforms. I'm also aware there are a number of universities that have already implemented these changes. But again, because we want to operate as individual universities without sharing much, I don't know for what reason, yet teacher education for the basic education is really, ideally the professional teacher we train should be able to have the same competencies, so that then we are able to bring up the kind of a learner that the nation is anticipating. Therefore, the changes in the basic education that are very, very much paid attention to in the task force report, with very few areas that is addressing universities, it is incumbent on us to be able to look at these recommendations and see what it is that we could do. And so I will highlight a few areas, and I know the chair of the Vice Chancellor has a copy of the report for further interrogation and guidance from our Vice Chancellors. So the first issue is the name of the Bachelor of Education program. And the CBC task force recommended that there are three ways or three options that universities have to offer the program. Bachelor of Education, as we know it, the consecutive model, Bachelor of Education with Bachelor of Arts with Education, and Bachelor of Science with Education as a second model, and then the Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Education, Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Science plus PGDE or postgraduate. While Teacher Service Commission seems to have acknowledged the second and the third option with education or PGDE, they seem to have stuck on abolishing the Bachelor of Education offered under the consecutive model. We are persuaded the universities can adopt any of the three models, because at the end of the day, it's the quality of the bachelor, the teacher, educator that we will be able to produce. Now, we have issues with, and I know Prof. Naguru will speak to this at some point, and the professor of Moi University. We were not sure about the Bachelor of Education, Bachelor of Arts with Education, because of the way universities have ran something like Bachelor of Education with IT. So the question is how much IT is paid attention to. So we are proposing the program be called Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Science, and Education. That way we feel that the professional courses won't be adequately provided for, so that then we meet the regulator or the employer's, the Teacher Service Commission requirement. Then the duration of the program, the task force is silent on the Bachelor of Education number of years that had been shared by Teacher Service Commission as 5.5. If anything, the Bachelor of Education specifically as a program, task force has not given the years within the 844 dispensation. And therefore, we are persuaded that it should continue being a 4-year program in the transition period. But when we come to the 844, CBC dispensation, then we'll figure out, would have thought through in the next period how it will look like. But even then, putting into consideration the professional areas that the task force has recommended, we feel that program can go for 4.5 years or 4 years, depending on how each university puts the programs together. Now, the one which is very contentious, and I'll spend some time on it, is the entry requirement into teacher education at university level during the transitioning period. While Task Force and Teacher Service Commission concur that the the minimum entry is a C+, and they also state that the students should have a B- in the areas of specialization. While it is not clear whether they wanted us to implement this at the CBC dispensation, we felt that Teacher Service Commission sneaking in the document through COOPS was implied that immediately the students would need to be admitted to the universities with a B- in English and mathematics. And so we recommend that the C+ as minimum entry be maintained, as well as a C+ in the teaching subjects be maintained. Why are we saying this? I want C+, but and a B- and a B- and a B- in mathematics. That will tell you that there would have been a drastic change in the number of students who would have admitted in the universities. Because 60,000 students scored a C+ and a C in English compared to 33,223 students. Of those, how many scored Lily? How many of those students would have fitted then in the university? It means would only have admitted 33,000 if B was considered. So, Vice Chancellors, what we are looking at is a drastic reduction of the students coming to the universities if this recommendation was to pass. And I'm confident, because of the membership of the Dean's Forum, about 34 universities here offer education, and over 50% of your students actually are in education. So if this recommendation passes, then we said no, let it remain. Task force has just taken 2 teaching subjects and not clearly telling us which and which, but Teacher Service Commission is suggesting an increase to 3, and we feel during this transitioning period, the teaching subjects should be recapped at 2 for purposes of depth. I know there is a debate on whether when we teach that our education students, whether we give them adequate content for them to move to masters in those particular areas. I think CBC dispensation, if it goes on, masters in those particular areas. I think, and this issue of 2-3 teaching subjects will not apply in certain areas, like special education. It will not apply in early childhood. It will not apply in some technical subjects. It can only apply in some subjects, not all. Now, I will not dwell so much on the specific programs that were sent to COOPS, because those programs that Teacher Service Commission and addressed, our recommendation as the dean is that it be admitted as C+ and the subjects specialization as C+. However, for students, university and schools, colleges, universities that are offering TVET, education technology, it is important for us to realize, especially from the last admissions, it seems as if COOPS actually implemented the change, and therefore some of those universities are being affected, having very few students who have qualified to take education technology, and therefore the deans recommended that the requirement for admission to the technology education be similar to those for Bachelor of Science in other universities. I think in as far as the duration of the program, if you can go to that last page, please. Because my time is over. Duration of the program, this is the way we looked at it, increasing the Bachelor of Education program by 5 years. As this is happening, I'm advised that there is a national teacher policy that's being developed, which I think the presentation for the universities is not yet very clear. So, PS and chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee, this really is what we are advising, that Teacher Service Commission ought to come to the universities through the right channel, as opposed to giving us recommendations to the deans directly. We only advise.
Thank you. We have been looking a few minutes for the plenary. I would ask the key presenters to come back here. Dr. Kitonga, I'll invite you back. Professor Chacha, I will invite you back here. Those will be the lead. our chief guest, we shall not ask him any questions, but if he wants to make any comment at the end of everything, he will be at liberty to do so. So I'll begin with the chair. Yes. Who is helping me with the microphone? I want to pick the first four. If I don't, it's either a question or a comment or a clarification. So we shall begin here with there was okay, let me just say 1, 2, 3. You'll tell us who you are. Let's raise again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Professor Oka.
Quick ones. So my name is Joachim Osur Chiamuranga, and something we can learn from private universities. What I hear very commonly is that I tried going to that public university, the procedures, processes, the bureaucracy or whichever, Edinburgh, they don't have to go to the government of UK for Edinburgh to work with to their state or the national federal government to be able to work with me as a partner. So this is typically we can learn from those universities. And private universities are starting to do it. I think someone talked about public, private, and whether they are private universities. They normally say, you know, when hyenas are hungry and they don't have a goat to eat, they start by saying to each other that you smell like a goat, problems will never be solved.
Thank you. Thank you very much for university education in our country. My big question is, where did we go wrong? We are at the same level with a number of countries in Southeast Asia, especially Singapore, South Korea, and Malaysia. But today, if you look at our own country, you realize we have only 3.5% of our population with university education. But when I go to South Korea, I find they are about 51%. You go to Malaysia, you find their population is about 40-something%. You go to Singapore, the same, very high percentage. I think our biggest problem is that we have not recognized as a country that for us to develop, we need to invest in university education. And that is why, as Professor Odo said, yes, it is only the university where we can be able to generate knowledge, and this is the knowledge that can be able to develop the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll go straight to the point. I think we have an opportunity here, colleagues, to make changes. And I like the tone set by my colleague here, Professor Akama. I think that is the tone we should build on. That is my opinion. We need to be brutally honest with ourselves without a chancellor. And we have regulations and guidelines and acts. We need to ask ourselves why that is happening. Come up with solutions as a team so that it does not recur moving forward. Also, for the last 3 years, we have been operating with 3 independent members of council. And we approve everything. And life goes on. Why is it happening? Those are the questions we should be asking here. Because some of the presenters were giving us histories and historicals. I think we are going to waste this moment. Let us ask brutal questions. And we should not be apologetic. The other thing which is coming out, which I find it all very sad, is we have pushed the council to the periphery of decision making. Right at the periphery of decision making. Today, if I want to open an account, I have to write letters and wait for weeks, and have a council which travels, and they are senior people, and they cannot make a decision to allow me open a bank account. Neither can they allow me close a bank account. Neither can I approve for me to sign an MOU. So what are councils for? These are the questions we need to ask moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is brief. My senior is here, so I'll not be brutal the way the learned men are talking and women. But 3 things. One, please, by Friday, can you help us know the way, the roadmap on which universities can work in order to help enhance a knowledge-based economy? Number 2, tell us how you are preparing based on the fact that the East African community has expanded to Congo. Watu wa Congo wamekuja. How can you help us get graduates who will enter that territory? Finally, NRF. A few years ago, NRF was given 3 billion. And because of the situation at that time, the money could not be absorbed. Don't you think it's now a high time we decided to say, well, if it's an issue of caveat, say we lobby for government to allocate, say, 10 billion shillings moving forward until it's reassessed and we give a position. Because I think this is the way to go. Right now, NRF, I think, has only been allocated about 230 million. But we need to lobby and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have the microphone.
Prof, just wait for Ghana University, then you want. Yes, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Don't be discriminative.
You are coming. No. You are number 6.
Turkana is number 5. Thank you very much. Chair, maybe we are losing sight of something. Well, a very basic aspect. You asked a question. We are addressing, actually, with all we are saying. Who can do something about it? Okay? And it doesn't matter how many meetings we hold. And they say the same thing over and over again. The answer will be the same. We'll be telling ourselves, last year we said. Of course you said, but to who? For 30 years, the veterinary department, we needed to address ministers of finance in our member states. And that's what we did. We invited ministers of finance and ministers of planning to the meetings. Okay? And engaged them. And engaged all those who represented us in those ministries. And today, in all countries, we have seen an improvement in the level of public sector funding to livestock sector and agriculture. So what we need to do as chairs and vice chancellors of our institutions of higher learning, we need to identify who we need to talk to. Let's not talk to ourselves. Identify them and have them sit there. We have the constituency, gentlemen and ladies. We have the constituency. So why can't we exploit that constituency to bring them here and we talk to them? Otherwise, we keep on talking to ourselves. We'll be very happy after lunch. We'll break and say we have these resolutions, but again, it's a waste of time. Let us bring them here and let us tell them what we need done. We have Kuteha, we have Cusco, and we have, what do you call the other? Wasu, okay? Why can't we use them also? Exploit them. We are educated, we are the top, but we are not exploiting the very foundations that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the PS has gone out. I wish he was here. No, let me talk. Universities and all that. The problem are fundamental. The problem universities are facing are completely fundamental. In our society, universities have been completely marginalized. That's why TSC degree now we should be training students in the field of law. What I'm proposing here, we now have a new government which is come into place. What we need, and I hope where is the PS? What we need a very comprehensive commission, issues and the challenges which are facing university education in Kenya. It will go beyond the act. looking at the Act, the 2012 University Act, it's okay, but fundamentally, we need a very comprehensive commission with clear timelines to critically look at the future, where our university education moving into. Also, another issue which I will, my brother there, my senior there, the issue of industry, university linkage, or linkage of a university with the commercial sector and society in general. That we have been talking about it over and over again. You go to universities in the Western world. Recently, I went to the University of Manchester. Everywhere you go in every department, you find that the university is closely working with the community, with the industry, with the commercial sector. In fact, they will tell you that students there spend almost half of their time working with the industry. And because of that, there is a lot of synergy in terms of innovations, in terms of ideas, and even in terms of employability of the graduates. So, in the issue of the gap between industry and the university, we need to have a very clear policy. There is a need of a comprehensive policy on how Kenyan universities should relate with the industry. Otherwise, we have got challenges. So, I repeat again, and I would like you to tell the PS when he comes, we need a comprehensive commission to look at the mess in universities. I mean, if a university has got pending bills of 7 billion shillings, a university has got pending bills of 10 billion, shillings, and then we are just talking here about the history, about this. I mean, that is the universities and the ICU. They are in the ICU unit. In fact, they have died. Let us be very, very prudent over these particular issues. Particularly some of us now who have aged and we are moving out. We have got to talk the truth. And let the truth sets us free.
Thank you very much, Professor Kama. Please. All right. Thank you. Now, I hope our rapporteurs are capturing the issues coming out very clearly. I will only take two and then give Professor Chacha to respond, because our next and final speaker before lunch is already here, and we have just about 4 minutes for everything. So let me see the two people who will talk here. Number one, number two. Excellent. So.
Thank you again. My name is Professor Metema, Bomet University Council. Now, there is my question is raised, or point is raised to Professor Chacha, and it's in line with also what the ambassador, the PS said about promotions and retaining. About 6-7 years ago, I know Professor Chacha was not there, came up with regulations in terms of promotion of staff, in terms of retaining staff. And then you also have the universities who would like to retain staff to promote them. The Q came up with very, very strange conditions whereby staff to move from one stage to another stage, they have to meet these criteria. And then it has also or a medicine or a veterinary, which are very market driven in the industry. After a doctor is trained to be a urologist, and that young doctor must have a PhD. The medical schools are not going to have those kind of people to train those kind of cadre. Or somebody is registered as an engineer, he's got a master's degree, he's got a PhD, then you require that. So the Q, which is the regulator, is talking from this because there should be a balance. So my Professor Chacha, as I know, as you sit down in that commission, you may also have to be able to ease it off for the various universities, and whether you can be able to give conditionality, because they might not retain certain cadre. Right.
Thank you, the speakers for sharing your experiences. Mine, I just wanted to comment on professor in was taught in education in Canada. Some institutions wanted to find out, especially OECD and PISA, that's Program for International Student Achievement, also assessment. They wanted to find out why some were performing very well than others in their education. They found that those students had to achieve very high marks to join BEd education, Bachelor of Education. For example, my university having an A, practicum. Practicum is considered as a degree program, a 2-year program. We had 4 practicums. So every term, there will be programs across our universities. There is no coherence. Some offer these programs, some don't offer. So even practicum across our universities in Kenya is not consistent. And I think the deans, I don't want to comment what the CSE is recommending, but I think we need a standardized BEd program. We need not even 4 practicums, even more. We need the best students joining BEd program. When you get them, I think anything less than that, then we are also sacrificing standards. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, sir, for that presentation, especially on the Bachelor of Education program. I want to ask Professor Chacha to come and respond to a few of the questions they have raised as we come to the end of this session before we go to the last session, where we are going to have a presentation from the Kenyan Indonesian ambassador to Kenya, who is here with us already. Thank you very much.
Hello. I think there are so many questions that have been asked. I will not perhaps address all of them. So since we are here for 2 more days or 3 more days, we will continue conversing even as we interact and continue tomorrow or today afternoon. Let me try to highlight some of the things that have been raised and how they can help us transform our systems. Professor Rajabu, I think you asked very fundamental question. That some of the things that undermine the capacity of universities are so easy to solve. For example, if the term of a chancellor has ended, then that chancellor should be either renewed or another chancellor appointed. And since the regulation is already there or the process is already categorized and stated in the legal instruments, universities, teaching assistants are not workers. What they earn is a stipend. And they can sign a contract with the university that during that time when they are earning that stipend, they will also be accessing their higher degree. If it's a bachelor's, you want a master's. If it's a master's, you want to undertake PhD studies. We have done this before. I will be willing to converse with any one of you how I managed, for example, when I returned from America in 1987, 88, to use this opportunity to train so many people who are now full professors and the great men and the women around. So it's doable. It's something which the universities can do without having to worry. Part-timers whom you are employing from your own staff, this is a very dangerous trend. It's not going to help the university to create capacity. It only allows these people to earn extra money that you could channel to training people whom you'll employ on a full-time basis. So if you have money, I'm told, for example, that one university spends about 200 million every year for internal part-timers. They pay themselves that amount of money for those people to teach. And I think, let's converse about this, because it's an issue that, first of all, should be regulated more seriously, and it shouldn't happen like that. I want to mention something about procurement and accounting and all these things and the control. Sometimes this question boils down to the point of autonomy. All these other auxiliary governance structures which are provided for in the law. So many questions: where did we go wrong? What should we be doing? I think the reason why we are here is because we know that we went wrong, and it's because we know that we should be doing something. And therefore, let's not put this conversation into a dichotomy. We are here as partners. We are here as individuals who are in this game together. And the reason why we came here for a conversation, first, is to acknowledge what we are going through, and then to put our heads together and realize a document or a representation. You have already rightly observed that we are in a transition. There is a new government which is already in place, and it's just a matter of days before we know, for example, who will be who in all these ministries. And it is our responsibility from our standpoint to give advisories and to give documentation that will guide the new government on how to address the new issues which are facing us. So, Akama, that point should be here in our recommendation about what is it that universities, especially the public universities, want to address vis-a-vis the incoming government. I don't want to take a lot of time because I have said most of these questions are questions we can continue conversing as we traverse around. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chacha Nyaikoti and Dr. Kitonga, for terms of service to anybody who has that title, teaching assistant, which will have basic salary, house allowance, commuting allowance, gratuity. Those are the issues we are dealing with. So we shall go on discussing and saying, what do we do? How do we come out of them? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I ask you to take your seats. And with your permission, allow me now to humbly invite the Principal Secretary, State Department for University Education and Research, Ambassador Simon Abukwesi, to invite our next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Barasa. I want to thank you and the panelists, Professor Chacha, for running this session extremely well. It has been insightful. And I want to thank participants for the pertinent issues and questions and proposals that have come from the floor. This is the importance of this conference, that issues come up, and I hope we have a very good secretariat that is capturing them precisely, so that at the end of the conference we have proposals which we can take to the next level of leadership of this country, so that they also pay attention to the salient challenges that we have been experiencing in the university education sector. I want to take this opportunity to introduce very briefly His Excellency Ambassador Muhans that are in his great country. Your Excellency, I'm very happy you are very keen to work with the Vice Chancellors and our institutions, and that's why you are here today. May I take the honor and the privilege to very humbly welcome you to come and take up the podium and address the congregation here. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
First and foremost, of course, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Ambassador, the PS for Education, Ambassador Simon Nebukwesi. And it is a very honor to be with you, all the distinguished professors, doctors, the vice chancellors, in this very prestigious and very, very distinguished forum. Yes, indeed, a couple weeks ago, I visited Ambassador Nebukwesi, and I said we have to promote our bilateral cooperations. And one of the avenue is through education. Why education? Because we are strong believer that the future of bilateral didn't care about the young generations, and then didn't care about the young generations, and then when the time has come for us to fade away, the relationship and the cooperation won't be last long. So that's why for one of the priority in our mission at the Indonesian Embassy is education diplomacy. The education diplomacy, it's mean that, you know, I'm very much inspired by the story of President Barack Obama from, in fact, his father from Kenya. And in his autobiography, when he formulated about foreign policy, and he said, the global politics is the same like the politics in one country. And fortunately, the first foreign country that President Obama stayed is in Indonesia, when he lived with his stepfather. And it is only short period in 1969 to 1971 when he went to the primary school in Jakarta. And then he saw by that time, and then he saw by university in Jakarta, there are so many people who are very, very rich, and there are also many people are destitute, live in the poverty. And that's what trigger me, that education here is very, very important. When I talk about education, of course, not only formal education, but also non-formal education. When I talk about education, not only institutionalized education, but also non-institutionalized education. When we talk about education, not only the non-degree or not only degree program, but also non-degree program. And that's the important thing, how we offer from the government of Indonesia to enhance the education program bilaterally between Indonesia and Kenya. We have several programs designed for overseas young generations, whether both under full scholarship and also under sister university cooperations and other schemes that our government and also our higher educations are offering. Indonesia and Kenya, they already established our diplomatic relationship since 1979. It's been more than 4 decades. I am in Nairobi as a 11th Indonesian ambassador. The Indonesian embassy in Nairobi already there since the independent campus. It means that every single campus, every single university, public or private, they are mandated to manage their own administration, to manage their own receiving students from overseas, and it's also become the parameter for that university to be valued, to be accredited. The more students overseas study in that university, the more credit they will got it. And the more the cooperation schemes between Indonesian university and university overseas is also will be positively credited. Look at the data at the presentation. For the last 5 years, scholarships, the students both pursuing their master degree and PhD degree from Indonesia is only 5, I believe. Can you, the previous, that's the one. KNB is developing countries partnership. That's our flagship program for this year. Look at the Kenya, only 3 from Undip. It's mean University of Diponegoro. It's the university in one of the big city in Java Island. It's designed, it's managed by its own university, not by the not by the ministry. And then from UMY, it is Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is a private university, only one. Compare with Uganda, 7. And this year, we also just a month ago, we sent 2 students. That's the one. 2 students from Kenya. He live for Indonesia, University of Indonesia. Well, my point for us as the diplomatic life, education is really supporting instrument for achieving the diplomatic goal. What is diplomatic goal? Of course, diplomatic goal. What is diplomatic goal? Of course, diplomatic goal and to promote the productive cooperation between Indonesia and Kenya. And And then when I ask the young generation of Indonesia, do you know Kenya? Yes, I know. Kenya is in Africa. Which Africa? In South Africa. It's close to Republic of South Africa. It's correct, but not that so precise. It means that you know, the informations. How can a young generation from both countries can appreciate, can forge the productive cooperations if the basic information itself they didn't know? And then I said to young generation, look at the map. You open the map, actually Indonesia and Kenya is, we are neighbor. There is no single country, there is no third country that's separating us. It's only ocean that uniting us. If you go to the beach, maybe to the here in Mombasa, and you look through the east, that's Indonesia over there. There is no barriers between Indonesia and Kenya. And to sum up, I would like to offer this very distinguished forum that we are glad on 17 March this year, the government of Kenya already in Nairobi, and we can make either university, sister university cooperations. Last time I facilitate between University of Nairobi and Pajajaran University, where I associate with. I'm also the lecturers at the university, Pajajaran University, and I came to Bandung with Professor Gitahi, the Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi, Professor Gitahi, and the president of Pajajaran University signed an MOU to have sister university cooperations, and also between Islamic State University of Jakarta and Ummah University, and both of them already implemented that MOU. And of course, beside of that, I humbly request the Vice Chancellors, the chairpersons of the council here, to give us an advice how to disseminate, how to extend our scholarship program for Kenyan young generations. Because so far I just
respond to one question. That's a generous offer, ladies and gentlemen, for collaboration with our institutions, and His Excellency is willing to coordinate scholarship programs for capacity building for our universities, for master's level and for PhD level for those you want to upgrade. Professor Laila Abubakar talked items, so you are all invited. Is there any question? I know it's almost lunch hour. Any question? Yes, Vainadu. I'll just take two. Where is the microphone? The host technical team has not done quite well on microphones. One short question.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador. First, may I say, Selamate, sorry. I hope you're doing fine. Bagaimana hidum? Okay. I have some idea you worked that side. But I'm interested in one thing. English language. You teach in English language or Bahasa University?
He will respond. He will respond after another question. If there is no other question, one question from the chair of Maseno University. Give to Professor.
Do we as universities, and through you, Ambassador, do we liaise directly with them, or we have to go through your office, Jogo House?
No bureaucracy here. You will deal directly with the ambassador, and he will avail details on how you get in touch, or you will ask me, and you question asked by Vainadu. Then I hand over the program. There are so many issues that were raised that I'll respond to later on. Questions raised by Professor Kama and everybody else. There are so many responses to make at a particular time along the way. I will sit in all through, so when there will be time, I will respond. Welcome, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the question. Either use Indonesian language or English. Most of them are Indonesian language, but some university, like President University and the university that's already received many international students, they also use English, especially for the master. Some university now is let the student independently free to choose either English or Indonesian. Like in my, I'm also the lecturers at the Pajajaran University, International Relations Department. I take care the PhD candidate student and also giving lecture for master degree programs. If there is any the international student there, I used to speak in English. But most of the students from overseas, they prefer to deliver to the materials that I deliver. They prefer to be in Indonesian language, because they also want to learn the culture, learn the values. And yes, of course, those everyone who wish to make a cooperation with Indonesia, I'm more than willing. My door is open 24 hours, and of course, the more the offer from you, the better for me, because that's one of, as I mentioned, education, diplomacy is one of my priorities during my stay in Nairobi. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that presentation. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our Ambassador and PS Simon Nabukwesi. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the morning session. I hope I have not terribly bored you, but that is what we have done. And I'm going to very respectively ask the pastor of the Vice Chancellors, Professor Agong, to just come and give a 1-minute vote of thanks for His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia and our PS, and pray for us as we go for lunch. And please, instead of the session beginning at 2, we have to adjust because of the short delay. It will now begin at 2:15 or 2:20? 2:20. 2:20, 20 minutes past 2. We be seated here for the afternoon session to begin. Thank you very much. God bless you, Professor Agong.
Thank you so much, Ndugu Barasa, for that very warm facilitation through this session. Your Excellency, Ambassador, creating time about Indonesia, and also how we can strengthen our partnership with the country, Kenya and Indonesia, through university education. I think a lot has been going on, and I want to really appreciate you for coming. And I want to believe that you will create more opportunities for young Kenyans, just like Obama had a chance to be bred partly in Indonesia, and partly in Kenya, and schooled also somewhere in the US, where then he became a top leader. And I'm sure you are proud of him, just like we are proud of you as ambassador of Indonesia to Kenya. Otherwise, dear colleagues, it has been a wonderful, I'm sure we are in the afternoon, you will cease to think. So at this point, I want to request you to be upstanding as we honor the Lord. Shall we pray? Almighty Father, we want to thank you on this particular day, at this particular moment. This is the day you have made, and we want to celebrate your goodness, because indeed you are the Lord. When we planned this meeting way a while ago, we were not very sure that it would be productive and fruitful on this day. But we want to thank you that you have made it possible with the support of the Lord. How much we pray that you may also extend thy helping hand unto them, Lord, so that they may also have something to celebrate over during this moment. We want to continue thanking you, and may you continue guiding us through the remaining hours of the day, and even throughout the remaining days of this conference, for we are prayed in Jesus' name. Amen.
We can move out, pick your lunch voucher, and then move to the main restaurant of the hotel. God bless you.
you are there, Professor Kioni, if you could kindly join us up here. Then I'm not very sure whether Phyllis is in. Phyllis from KM. Phyllis? Or a representative from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. All right, I think they may join us on as we progress with this afternoon session. It would be fairly very consultative, participatory, and involving all of us, so that at the end of the session, we can come to some convergence in terms of concrete resolution that our State Department, together with ourselves, may find a way of also escalating to other stakeholders. So let me take this opportunity to introduce the panelists. We have with us up here Professor Nyariki, who is doubling also as moderator for this session. Professor Nyariki is the Vice Chancellor, Murang'a University of Technology. With us also here is our colleague, Professor Ngumi. Professor Ngumi is the Vice Chancellor of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Next, we also have our colleague, Professor Kioni, who is the Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. And myself, I'm Stephen Agong, the Vice Chancellor and employability of our graduates. Prof.
Thank you, Chairman, Professor Agong. I am coming in as a moderator, meaning keeping time and behaving, or rather doing the work of an MC. But before that is done, I hope we haven't taken too heavy lunch and we are not going to sleep. I will request the people who are concerned with the temperatures to lower them so that people don't go to sleep. We will continue talking to ourselves. I know some of the members here said that we are talking to ourselves, and probably we need not, but I'm not convinced. We need to continue talking so that whatever, consider and look at what we have done once we have put it together. The topic this afternoon is balancing between providing access and ensuring relevance of university education and employability of graduates. I know some of us don't like history too much, but we need to remind ourselves we had increased the numbers of universities to 4. Then after that, in the later we increased those numbers to 7 in the 90s, I think. And later to 22, then 31, then now we are 35 fully or full-fledged universities. And with that, there was an increased number of students admitted to universities, so that in absolute numbers, there was increased access. We are not sure about access per capita. I think people of statistics can help us see whether we have actually increased access per capita significantly. But as, of course, population increases, then definitely per capita access reduces unless relevance and quality. If access is not accompanied by improved facilities, increased facilities and improved facilities, then obviously there is likely to be a problem with quality relevance. And once relevant, the professors here and or the graduates that we produce do not get places. Also the question of balancing between access, relevance, and employability. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Dixon, for that very elaborate outline. If there's anything that we would say has been done with a lot of passion, is to provide access to university education in this country. And underpinning this is the fact that in our constitution, there is the provision that every county should actually have a university, a public university established therein. And I think this is a positive step for this country. It might appear a little bit out of steps because of limited resources, but everywhere in the world, you'd find that even the smallest towns are driven by universities. And therefore, we are on the right track, but maybe we need to reflect, especially in this setting, how best could this benefit this country without diluting any aspect of relevance or even quality. For a while, people did not imagine that a place like Turkana would have a university in this country. But with the widening of access to university education, this has occurred. Even Garissa, name it, even Tharaka Nithi. So I think if there's anything that we can be proud as a country, is that the government has been committed to widening access to this relevant, to access, widening access to this relevant, to access. But then as we now open it for our panelists to delve into this, we should also...
I'd like to try and address this issue the way we saw it. And I'd like to start by saying that as universities, we are seen as ivory towers. And we are described as ivory towers. And apart from that, we are accused of producing, especially now, half-baked graduates. I know as I talk to CEOs of various organizations, this is one of the things they tell me about all universities in Kenya, that we actually employ graduates from universities, but we don't find them properly cooked. We have to take them through training so that they can be able to fit into the system and continue working. So there I feel there could be a problem. The other thing that is really a problem for us, and I think we need to think about this very seriously. If you look at the workforce of the universities, especially the academic staff, without sounding like I'm blowing our trumpet, we are actually the top brains, really, of the country. They are right there in our universities. And as our PS said earlier, when he was giving his speech, we should be the problem solvers. The top brains are there. If you look at some of the programs, like I know for Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, we had people with A- trying to get into our medical program. And when we assessed, they had passed in everything. But when we
tried to get them into the university through COOPs, they could not get into medicine. So that tells us we are getting the A student, the best. So what picture am I painting? I'm saying we get the best students, the very best, the cream end up with us. They are coming to the brains of this country to train them and to develop them into something so that they can go out there and serve the economy of this country. Not just serve, but even perhaps come up with innovative ways in which they will be able to solve some of the problems which are there in the system. Let me now go into research itself. Again, universities, indeed it is one of our mandates that apart from teaching, we are supposed to be doing research. But this again becomes a big problem, able to be funded for research. What do? We write proposals to donor governments to fund us so that we can be able to do research. What are the conditions that they have? The conditions they have are that we must be able to be within those aims to be seen to be doing research and to be able to be publishing, or you perish. So you do the research. It doesn't matter whether the findings will be benefiting some country out there other than ours, but you get promoted. Again, the keynote speaker this morning, our PS, talked about research. And he talked about research being relevant. He even quoted for us guiding documents or guiding, let me just call them documents, which have been written to be able to show us where the gaps are or to guide us how we can find the gaps. We are talking about Vision 2030. We are talking about African Agenda 2063. And there are so many others he quoted for us, which we should be looking at and telling an actuary. So we train him, and then he goes out there, and the employer says, and I said it's all universities, the employer says, this man or this child is half-baked. So I have to take out money and spend money to make him suitable for my industry. And that is a problem for them. So we were just thinking, as universities, can we not now create a space where we tell our stakeholders, the employers of our students, may they be government, may they be industry, whoever they are, that they talk to us occasionally so that we know where the gaps are. And how will this help? As we are reviewing our curriculum, I know in Jomo Kenyatta we do it every 4 years, we will take into consideration what the market is saying. What are they saying? They are saying they require us maybe to include IT, just IT in the curricula, so that when we produce that engineer, he's also having IT programs. Or maybe the person in the medic, they want us to introduce more information on viral diseases because of the pandemic. So we create a space where we are able to talk to industry and they tell us this is what we want. I did my PhD in Clemson University in the USA, South Carolina, and I know there's a relationship between that university and the industries around the university. They are able to say, we require this kind of engineer in the next 4 years. And so the students who come in are trained and they graduate with those needs and they are immediately absorbed. But then the industry is also requested to fund that training. So that is one suggestion that I feel that perhaps we could have, where we engage with the employer so that we are able to know what they want. Attachment. I know in Jomo Kenyatta, we insist on attachment by all our students, having them attached in industry so that also they gain experience when they are there. The other thing that we are doing now in Jomo Kenyatta is to reach out to our collaborators in other places, in other universities, so that we have student exchange programs. We have students who have for many years been going to Israel in agriculture, and we are continuing with that. We now have students of science, the Faculty of Science, who are going to Europe for a few weeks. They just go and experience being in those laboratories, engaging with students there and staff there. And we are hoping that their students can also come. We are in discussions with various universities in Southeastern Asia, including Japan, to see if they can open up so that our students are also able to go there. Staff exchange has been going on for a very, very long time. When it comes to research, I've already suggested one way in which we can be able to become relevant to our own country. When we were younger, we used to go there and mix solutions. But now you get a master's degree student, you get a PhD student. They are the ones who do the work. But as they do that, are we not building capacity? When the PS earlier was giving his keynote speech, he said we still don't have enough researchers. We need to build capacity in that area. So this is one way in which we can build capacity for research for Kenya, for this region, for Africa. If we target what is in our Vision 2030, in our Africa, all those guiding documents which talk about Africa. In our university, we have the Pan-African University of Science and Technology. And I can be able to tell you that that experience is very rich. We have students from about 50 countries all over Africa. They come to study within our university. They interact with our university. We also teach them. We supervise their research, and we collaborate. We do that collaboratively with other researchers in other parts of Africa. In a recent meeting on PAUSTI, which I attended, the people who are there, the board vowed, the PAUSTI students do research which is relevant for Africa. So we'll be building capacity for Africa. And that will make our education relevant. So lastly, again, hoping I'm not repeating, I suggest areas, maybe other things can come up later. Thank you very much.
Yes, you want to say something? Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Ngumi, for clearly articulating key areas of how we can enhance access and opportunities for our key clientele, the students, and also how the faculty can be engaged. Maybe before we open it up, I just want to request Professor Kioni also to dive into this debate.
Okay, thank you. Probably the first point I would like to make is that we expected to be making this presentation jointly with FKE, than the Public Service Commission, because FKE are employers, Public Service Commission also are employers, and they are major employers. One is government and the other one extends to the private sector. So we had hoped that we would have some kind of a statement from them on what they think we should be doing to improve the employability of our graduates. FKE had conducted a study on the employability of university graduates based on the universities that they came from, and that would have been very useful information to share with us. I know Public Service Commission also has quite a rich experience of probably the gaps that they have seen when interviewing our graduates, that's graduates from our universities, for the public service. So probably one of the things that we need to work on as a resolution of, as we speak about the employer, is good to look at the spectrum. We now have FKE, we have the Public Service Commission, I've talked about it. We also have county governments that we need to engage with. They are young, but I know they are becoming very positive in engaging with the universities, particularly engaging the universities located in their area, their county. We have the parastatals. I think it's important to single out one of them here, the TVETA. TVETA is a big employer. They have very many institutions, over 700 new TVET institutions, and we are training for them. So besides the TSC, the other huge employer is TVETA. And what we are seeing is that they are not being heard. We had presentation on what the TSC has requested, but we also know, those of us who engage with TVETA, that they also have some special needs, yet they are not being heard in all this discussion, even when it comes to admission of students through COOPs. So we need to work out a strategy to figure out how there can also be a platform of engaging with them. As we speak, we have the universities that are offering Bachelor of Education in Technology, and there are not many, there could be 4 or so. There's also consultation, the appropriate consultation with TVETA, and the fact that their voice was drowned by the voice of the TSC. So what TSC recommended is what was applied to the graduates, to the programs that are actually not serving TSC. They are designed to serve TVETA specifically. So that's a research and referral hospital. We also have in the university, Dedan Kimathi University, we also have the Dedan Kimathi Comprehensive Cancer Management Center. I'm using this as a model of an engagement with government that has succeeded. Those hospitals, Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital, the KU Hospital, and even the others that have come up with the support of government and attached hospital. The hospitals will not be there if it were not for the universities. And the hospitals will not have grown to what they have grown to become without the role of the university. Now, we have to ask ourselves, what worked in that? And can that actually be replicated in other areas? What worked in that, for me, is the following, because I have been involved now in that kind of project. The government created appropriate framework. They gave the space to the experts, and these are really the university faculties, the members of the university academic staff, the professors, and so on. And then all those institutions were properly resourced. We know the resources that went to Kenyatta University Hospital. We know the resources that went to Moi also, and also to KNH. The government provided the resources to enable the establishment of those institutions to happen. Now, I come to another example of something that again, can be done outside the health sector. We have now the Science and Technology Park, and our chief guest, the PS, talked about them. Two of them, the one in Dedan Kimathi University and the one in Konza. We need to have the resources, adequate resources provided. That has not been done. We need to also have the proper structure. We need to have the human resource, basically the university. They need to have the human resource, the space for them to drive those science and technology parks. I just give an example because this is something I think is important to share. As a university, when we were asked to champion the establishment of Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park, and this is a national project, one of the things we did is to do what the university is supposed to do, to get international partnerships. And we have big companies that have now invested and expressed interest, and they are working with us. One of them is involved in semiconductor manufacturing. With the resources we have, we could afford to give them just a little space, but with that little space, they've brought huge investments, and they are now, they have also brought technology at the very high end, the cutting edge of electronics design and manufacturing. And I think very important is that they have been able to create employment very, very quickly. So we are now within a period of 80 people, and those are graduates only. Graduates in engineering, mechanical, chemical, industrial chemistry, and electrical electronics engineering. And they are able to scale up to 300. Those are the high quality jobs that we are talking about. Another company that we have engaged with in the ICT sector, again, along the same lines, we need to replicate that in other sectors. And I'm talking here about the industrial sector, because it can be done. And I think what we have done as a university is to give that, to give that as an example and ensure that can easily be done. There is also what was talked about, Kenya East. Again, we are privileged to be playing a role in this. And in that engagement, we are also learning quite a lot. And some of the lessons that we have learned in mentoring or supporting Kenya East to become a specialist university are also very useful lessons for the discussions that we are having here. One of them is the issue of the role of the professor in generating funds for their research. And we are doing this because the Kenya East is modeled on Korean KAIST. Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. I think there will be a presentation on that tomorrow, so I don't want to go too much into it. But the Koreans credit their transformation, industrialization, and modernization to that one Sigo University. So it's very important to see what they are doing. The professors in KAIST are actually not funded. They are not funded by the university, and they are not funded by the government. They are given an environment, and they are required to write grant application. There are difficulties in the disbursement of that grant to you. The university will intervene and give you some money in advance, and then they can recover it from the grant. So even as we set up KAIST, Kenya East, there is only money to, there are some. The other issue that is very important is the planning ahead, and this is probably very important to discussions with the University Fund Board. You plan, the planning is you plan ahead, you plan before you admit the students. You finance the university, and you make arrangements to have enough finances before admitting the students. Not the other way around. You admit the students and then you have no money. So the money has to come, and it has to be ring-fenced for every student. The other issue that is coming, it is a major discussion we are having with the Commission for University Education, is the issue of governance. And I think we go back to what Professor Rajab was asking. Do we need a chancellor? That question is being asked regarding the governance of Kenya East, because in KAIST, they actually don't have chancellors. It's an internal, the vice chancellor is also plays the role of the chancellor. And even the internal governance itself, there are questions. Who should be in that council? Who should be in that board? And this was also raised in the morning by Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Hede, about the governance and the freedom and autonomy that they have given to the universities in Malaysia. So we can learn quite a bit from that. Finally, I am sharing this National University Industry Collaboration Committee because this was appointed by our peers, and there's quite a lot of work that has been done on this partnership. So I'm sharing this because it's very important that the vice chancellors and the university leaderships are aware of the work of this committee and the work that it has actually been done. So the terms of reference are there. We can discuss them later on. But what has happened is that from our discussions, we have realized that quite a bit of the work also overlaps with the MAN framework. Then I thought, could you go to the next slide, please? This is also a very important outcome. And again, I am sharing this. There is a question that was raised by Professor Laila Abubakar in the morning about how government can provide opportunities for students to be involved in government projects. We had a lot of discussions with the Department of Roads and Infrastructure and with the CEOs of the road agencies, and we agreed on a framework. So the reason why I'm sharing this is that this is an opportunity. It's already been agreed on. They have decided to allocate enough resources so that the universities and the students can actually participate. There is already a framework, and again, we need to figure out how we can anchor this. And as vice chancellors and universities that are learning programs that are relevant to this sector, we ensure that the opportunity is not lost. I'll give very simple examples of what it's supposed to do. Road construction is happening all over the country. And for every road construction, there is a requirement that the contractor must have equipment to test the quality of their road materials. And these are very, very good facilities. So the idea is that once the facilities. So the idea is that once the lecturers teaching in the university in that area, there is also the agreement that those road agencies that control up to 300 billion shillings in a year should be able to set some money aside to support research on, and those are the ones in civil engineering, with civil engineering programs. The arrangement is that we start with the road sector, but we have agreed that we will extend this to other sectors, including, for example, the utility companies, Kenya Power, we're going to the railways and so on. So the idea is, can we get this working? If it works, can we then scale it up and extend it to the other sectors? So those opportunities are already there. I don't know, I should be running out of my time. Okay, I think, yeah, so I think I stop at that point. We can discuss the other issues later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to open it up now. You have heard that there may be, even within our structures and limitations, deliberate effort to create opportunities for our students. You have heard, like, thinking about an hospital being part of the university. When the late Professor Mungai thought of the mortuary at Chiromo, people might have thought he was daydreaming, but it became a game changer for the university and deeper understanding of animal or human anatomy. So I think we want to open it up, colleagues, and I want to hand over to my colleague, moderator, to spearhead collation of all the concerns, contributions from the floor as we wait for the
we have raised issues before related to that topic, and some of us have said that one of the reasons why probably there could be a problem with relevance and quality is because of finances, but there could be other reasons. Professor Ngumi raised a lot of issues and shared a lot of issues. One of them is that to improve relevance or quality is to have attachments, but those attachments are actually being done by most universities, or all of us are doing attachments. Our programs have attachments. Is it really then attachment, or there could be issues elsewhere? And the issue of finance could be a big issue, but even when we have little money and we want to hire staff who are qualified, sometimes we are not able to staff who are qualified. Sometimes we want to focus on a niche, which is technology. But when you want to hire staff, even with the little money we have, to train students in technology, we are not able to get all the lecturers that we need. So it is beyond just finances. Yes? And of course, obviously, with respect to finance, when we want to focus on the niche, we realize that because we don't have enough money from Treasury, then we now start thinking of starting programs that some of us consider. Yes, Professor, from Chairman from. Yes.
Thank you, the presenters. My point I want to comment is on, I think there is, in the field, there is some concern that there is a mismatch between what the students learn in the classroom and the reality in the industry out there. And I think we need a conversation about what constitutes internship, work placement, and how that is embedded in the curriculum development. In other contexts where I've worked, the industry are invited to the table when the curriculum is being developed, so that the curriculum captures the current knowledge, skills, and attributes in that specific field. Again, work placement or internship is not only to test the quality of the graduates, but also is an employability strategy. Once the host industry appreciates the competences of our students, they already are guaranteed a job. So I can remember one time I was in Kenya. I was here sometime 2013. The faculty to sit with me and tell me, okay, these are the core competences. This is how we want you to assist us assess the student. So I think students showing up in an industry to seek for a work placement, internship, that is not internship, because you have not built up a strong evaluation criteria that is formed by the competences of such a program to enable to appreciate the performance of the. I think we need a conversation, because that is possibly a major issue of the graduates coming from our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've heard that he's saying that maybe the internships and attachments are not properly done, the assessments are not properly done. maybe there's an issue with that. So the issue is not that attachments are not being done, but probably we need to look at how they are exactly done. Thank you. Yes, Professor Muluvi from SECO.
The new government is talking of internship of students, compulsory internship for the students when they finish university education. And my suggestion would be the university programs can be designed to provide for every student in the university to have a period of work integrated learning during their studies at the university. And that way we can increase, we will be able to increase employability of our graduates because they will have some experience on what is happening at the world of work. The other issue is universities should strive to have some of the academic staff drawn from the industry, while at the same time the university academic staff should also be required to penny in the future. That's something we can consider going forward. Thank you.
Very well put. Again, about the procedure, the processes of internships, and also what is the other issue that you raised? The issue of okay, I've forgotten it. But internships within the university, maybe we need to take more time. Students need to take more time to work with industry. I think that was the main issue. Yes, Professor Kosgei from Moi, and then.
Thank you, Prof. I want to share our experiences in Moi, where we have our students in the medical fields going to work with the communities soon after they complete their first year, all the way to the end. And what happens is we structured our programs in a way that they have about 25% of the time going out to the field. For example, if they are doing medicine, they go to like Webuye, Bungoma, those sides of Busia, and they get to understand what is going on with the community, taking samples, if it's malaria issues and all that. So they get to learn very quickly. The diseases that we are thinking at the moment is to have the same for every programs. If it's engineering, for instance, they get to, like in housing, civil engineering, construction engineering, and so on, to work with the communities and even design appropriate houses for the communities. And that way, then they will be able to learn very quickly on, practical skills to really, discuss on the best way to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kosgei. Again, I think that's what Professor Muluvi also mentioned, the issue of, bringing people from industry to teach in our universities as adjunct professors and so on. And also, he's mentioned the issue of involving the communities so that, students interact with the communities and they're able to understand the problems that the communities face and they can address them. And probably that will enable us produce relevant and qualified, graduates. Professor Kama.
Thank you very much, and I really thank you guys the way you are moving forward over this particular topic. And again, we have got also to look at our whole culture as universities and also as society. Even among ourselves, among public universities, we really don't interact so much in this area, particularly in skills training and also on how we link up with other stakeholders. So you find that even among ourselves, among universities, we are more or less working like silos, and we don't really have synergy to one another. Somebody mentioned earlier here the example of South Korea. It's very interesting. South Korea, by the way, was a poorer country than Kenya 30 years ago. Within 30 years, they have transformed their country into a super economy. It's now among the top richest country. Economic, technological advancement of those countries. The governments, South Korean government, deliberately has made sure that universities all over, we went to the University of Busan, which is one of the largest universities in that country. When you enter there, you feel that you are not in a university, because it's just like there are people there from the industry, in the university. There are people there from the commercial sector. And some of the people who are telling us that they were lecturers, they tell us that they spend about 30% of their time working in the university and 70% working with the industry. So with that, there is a lot of synergy. There is a lot of flow of ideas. And in fact, because of that, any new idea which comes up, any new innovation is quickly picked up and developed into products. Like for instance, this company you hear like Samsung. Samsung has developed the way it is because it works very closely with the Korean universities. The Hyundai, they have got the best car in the world. They give you a guarantee of 10 years. Why? It's because that car, they work closely with the universities. And by the way, because of that, they have developed a car. Because of the point I'm making here, if there is an area we need really to engage with other stakeholders, is this area of working with industry, working with the commercial sector, and working with society in general. We need to change and make our people realize that universities are not Eiffel Towers. Universities are closely related with the community. And when you find that America grows the best rice in the world, the best maize, they call it the corn, the best soya whatever beans, is because of the universities. So the point we are talking here is that it's a very good kind of conversation, but we have got to engage other stakeholders. The government is very critical here, and also now the other people, the industrialists. People who have got industries in our country, many of them are foreigners, or maybe Asians. You may find that they go and look for consultants from outside. They go and look for experts from outside, and they don't want to, use our manpower here. So the
recovery of any country. And we can put very strong argument for a second loan to develop some of the ideas we are talking about here and to do further improvement on university education. We cannot rely on Kenya government to fund us because the demand is more than the exchequer can give. And this is why we want to intervene, Bwana PS, by calling some of these best brains, charge them to develop a request to IBRD, and then they will, if they agree, come and refine it with us, and you will approve it, and the government will approve it. That is my proposal for getting out of this rut we are in. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I like the ideas that are coming from the participants, and I wish to emphasize that the Secretariat must capture salient issues in the correct manner, because we would wish to interest the new government in the issues that you'll raise here. As they say, you strike the iron when it's still hot. The new government wants to get priorities right. And I want to think this conference has come up at the right time. So capture the points in the right way and structure it so well with clear proposals at the end so that we share with the leadership of this country. Number two, I want to observe that we are a quick fix society. It has become our culture. It's not the way it used to be. We are people who love shortcuts to self-aggrandizement. When Professor Chacha here was teaching us and others, attachment, for us, we were in the Kenyatta University College at that time, teaching practice. There was an office that coordinated people going to the field. And lecturers traveled to every corner of this country to go and practically see people perform. And there was time allocated to that, and there was a structure to assess and evaluate the exact performance. I remember Professor Chacha coming to see me and giving me very serious, guidance on how I was performing. And he came twice, and there were several others who came. Because at that time, it was a minimum of 9 times to be seen in each subject. I've been at the Foreign Service Academy where I was coordinating placement of students on attachment in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And apart from Technical University of Kenya, where there was one lecturer who used to follow up those students to see how they were performing, there is no other university that ever sent a lecturer to assess the students on the ground. So students just go as routine, and then they come back. They may not learn anything. There may be no structure and no issues to assess a student on. And therefore, that kind of attachment or placement then does not support the program and what you want to achieve. I've also seen the Public Service Commission is placing students who are unemployed to all ministries. We get many of them on 1-year internship where they are paid some amount of money. And I think that's meant just to reduce idleness of university graduates who are so many out there and are not employed. But universities need to come up with a tailor-made assessment program for their students. And there should be minimum qualification in that category of assessment so that we get it right. If we don't do that, we cannot create a culture that Professor Wandiga talked about. Because I want to think, we've gone to many countries, ladies and gentlemen. If you go, for example, to Israel, the way people of Israel behave is almost uniform because of the institutions that have socialized them like that. If you cross over to Palestine, you find people of Palestine behave differently from people of Israel. In other words, the education system must produce people who are cultured in a particular way. But when we do just things casually and without clear standards that we set across board, then we become a community, a society, a nation that has no culture. And that doesn't help us.
Yes, I'm advised by my chairman that we are running short of time. Thanks, PS, for those comments and the guidance. We will give each of you 1 minute. This is Professor Kibwage.
No.
And then Akenga, 1 minute.
I wanted to share an experience with you.
Yes.
So ask the chair to give me some more time.
Okay, we shall give you 2 minutes. And then Professor Akenga, 2 minutes. And Professor Nangulu Bomet, 2 minutes. And Professor Chacha Masai Mara, 2 minutes. And that will be it.
You know, this is a very critical thing about half-baked graduates. And I wanted to share an experience. I grew up, or I was socialized in attachments and internship. And I managed attachments and internship. And there is very clear difference between those two in the Kenyan context. One, attachments are part and parcel of the training itself. And when you are graduated, now you go to another body that now places you for internship. And I think the PS has said what public service now is doing. But I want to get back into socializing our students in working or in helping those who are working. I grew up in the medical field. When we were students, we used to go to, I'm a pharmacist by training. We used to go to the industry and we actually work with the people there on preparing medicines. And our lecturers will come around, discuss with the preceptors, and give us gradings. This has changed over time. Now we are having challenges of numbers. We have outgrown the industry in terms of numbers, and they are limiting the people can be placed for attachment in those facilities. I have seen it also happen in hospitals. Initially, the student will just be placed in any hospital and the lecturers will go there. Actually, we used to have them just around in Nairobi. But by 2015, 2017, it had become a problem. The hospitals were also demanding to be paid for placement. There were too many universities with few hospitals with the expertise necessary for training doctors. So as we continue that conversation of placement and internship, we need really to look at, is it very visible? And who's going to bear the cost?
Right.
All right. Now,
sorry,
since,
colleague Vice Chancellor, because of time pressure, allow me to indicate that we have a chance.
I sit down. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I want to give Professor Kenga just 1 second, Prof 1 second, and Nangulu 1 second. Just the question there.
It's over.
Not yet over, but.
Okay, I just want to appreciate the two speakers, my
Would
colleagues.
you just, whoever is controlling the mic.
My colleagues.
Yes.
And also to appreciate, I'm a bit worried that we are seated here as stakeholders in this, in the university sector, admitting that we are producing half-baked graduates. I would like to differ slightly, because when our graduates go out there, really, even to do masters and PhDs, very few come back. They are grabbed by their supervisors. For example, I was in Australia and my supervisor brought me an immigration form to fill. He wanted me to migrate there and continue working with him because he saw how determined I was and hardworking. If I was half-baked, he would not have done that. So let us try and correct that and just say, let's strengthen the systems so that as Africans, we support ourselves. Then the other thing I wanted to say is that we have also South-South collaborations where we support the fellow African countries, and we are calling it some kind of renaissance of Pan-Africanism in university education. Through RUFORUM, I know most of the universities come up with a graduate training assistantship program, and that program assists countries like Liberia, which are really disadvantaged, to train their students in specific areas, and University of Eldoret is an active participant in that program. There are many others that I can quote. So things are not as bad as we are trying to say. Let us just agree to strengthen, and as the PS pleaded, let the Secretariat
propose, and is being done in countries like Germany, having worked at Commission and benchmarked, including I went to Ghana and saw what they're doing. I would like also to propose that we enhance from just student exchange and staff exchange to academic mobility. And academic mobility is not costly. How are they doing it? Before we take students, to go to industry, how many of us, even in management, also visit those industries? So that you also just go, it's an academic mobility, the way we have come here. We say, how many industries are there, we map out, you also go to see, you can also take staff, they are there even 3 weeks, they see what is changing in the trend before the students come in. I talked to the old man, Manu Chandaria, when I had gone to benchmark with the accreditation in West Africa and I came back, and he told me that exactly, that we see students but we never see the supervisors. And to him he said he does not want to see face to face, but can you also go to industry and see what has changed? This is just, let us promote academic mobility before we also take the students where they are going. The other thing is that let us also be very candid. Most of us, and as Professor Kibwaka said, in the numbers, we have left students to look for attachment. Students to look for attachment. If I'm looking for attachment, I'll go where it is very easy. Particularly in my village, and where I come from, like in Bungoma, there's no industry. They can cook something and it is there. So let us also make it, it's a responsibility of us to place students in industry, not students to place themselves. Sometimes let us be honest.
Thank you so much, my sister. President, I've had a breakout session to discuss and then report back so that it would have had a chance for everybody. We would have had a chance for everybody to contribute, but I think in future we'll find a way of handling that. As that happens, I want us to put our hands together for our panelists. There were 2 panelists, 1 moderator and 1 chairman, and several contributors from the floor. Can we clap for ourselves? Thank you so much. May God bless you. Thank you so much. But you are still, yeah. So, just if you can. So because of time pressure, we want to look at the human resource management, and because our colleague from SRC is about to leave, I would want us to give about 10 minutes just to take us through the human resource issues before we get on with the open plenary on this matter. So maybe because Professor Gichaga is well known, we don't need, he does not require any introduction. Professor Ngumi is already part of us here, no new introduction, but maybe just introduce yourself and then take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anne Gitao. I stand here. It gives me pleasure to meet quite a number of people that I interact with on a day-to-day basis, and people we communicate with on a day-to-day basis. And therefore, when this invitation came a few days ago, I said I will forgo the commission meeting and come and have a session to clarify a number of issues and to continue fostering the partnership that we have had together. So I have more than 10 minutes, and therefore I will take the floor. So I will start off by, we all know by now, 1, we would want to bring on board issues on productivity and performance. We have had the following so far on productivity and performance. We have noted that increased performance definitely does not equate productivity, increased productivity. However, although universities have performance management systems, the Commission wants to enhance that together with the various institutions, which unfortunately are not seated here with me this afternoon. We have Public Service Commission, we have State Corporations Advisory Committee on organizational productivity. And what have we done so far as a commission? One of the things that we would want to do is to ensure that the public sector productivity measures the rate with which outputs are converted into inputs are converted into desirable output, the input-output model. So we want to ensure that the universities are able to do more with less. We would want to ensure the universities and the entire public sector, but specifically for here, I'm addressing myself to the universities, we are able to produce quality output of citizens. And therefore, as I sat there listening to the presentation that was here by Professor Ngumi, I was actually quite excited. We are here to restore public trust in the institutions that we have been bestowed on. And this is connected to what we've just said. We restore public trust when our outputs are good, when the university graduates that we produce are relevant to the market. And you know, sometimes as an accounting officer, I ask myself, when I want to employ a person in procurement, where you're supposed to have professional opinions, and you find a person cannot even coherently write a professional opinion, leave alone one that is aligned to the act, one that just has to read newspapers and probably read books, then you begin to know that there could be a challenge somewhere. Whereas organizational success thrives on higher productivity, employees become more productive when they are recognized. And the mandate of the commission is to recognize productivity and performance. So we are getting into a framework where we will be recognizing the productivity of these institutions. Now, of course, under our Article 230, we have a number of issues that give us the mandate, but I want to go back to a conference that the universities were well represented, and that is the National Wage Bill Conference of 2019. Thank you for attending that conference, because we have continued with the summit resolution. I wish to draw your attention to the 8th summit resolution, number 5, and that is where productivity is anchored on. On that specific resolution, we have indicated, and we are working closely to ensure that the public service remuneration and benefits policy facilitate the rewarding of productivity to ensure there is stronger wage bill control so that we pay for work that has been done, and to ensure that wages are competitive, equitable, and transparent. My dear colleagues, as I stand here before you, we are already into conducting productivity pilot with 30 institutions. Some of universities are already involved, and we will be concluding the framework in the next few weeks. And thereafter, working with the Public Service Ministry, we are looking at ensuring that whatever is rewarded under performance contract is split into two. One under the performance and productivity framework, and the other under the bonus framework. The next thing, dear friends, is that we have anchored the productivity on Kenyan Vision 2030, sessional paper number 3 of 2013 on national productivity. We are working with the National Productivity and Competitive Center, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and the Public Service Commission. So in of the one who is less productive. For the citizens of Kenya, they are looking at us, and for them productivity gains means lower prices of goods and services, lower cost of education. It means that we give them quality and justifiable tax expenditures. How about for government? We are looking at productivity improvement signifying increased economic growth, higher tax revenue, and growth in employment opportunities. For the macro sector, I don't need to get into that. We know where we are as a country. Public service compensation needs to be cost effective, fiscally sustainable, so that we don't crowd out wages into development agenda of the country. And for the longer term macroeconomic stability, we are looking at national competitiveness within the region. I know by now you know that we have much, much cheaper labor in countries like Ethiopia. Much, much cheaper labor in our neighboring country, and we get that the country and the economy has not been as productive as it can be. So people who want to invest are moving to other countries because of cheaper labor, which is more productive. And that's why we're having this conversation today here with you as very, very esteemed people who can assist us on this agenda. The next part of my brief presentation is what we call collective bargaining negotiations, a very thorny issue with the universities. We have partnered with all the universities. By December last year, the commission had visit with all these universities just to get to find out where we are on the CBAs. We know that some public universities have been concluding negotiations with the trade unions without seeking the advice of SRC. We note that the commission cannot issue what we call a letter of clearance to facilitate registration, since such collective bargaining agreements at the Employment and Labor Relations Court are likely to have adverse effects on the industrial environment. So we view as if the leadership of the university could be under capture. We feel like sometimes the leadership could be under capture by the unions. I am not quite sure. This should not be for recording. So because we wonder, why is this thing not just happening? You have the parameters of negotiation. You have your financials. The union has them. The unions are one of the most highly, knowledgeable people. They go to train internationally. Sometimes they're even ahead of management in terms of this. But sometimes you look at the submissions that come. You look at the projections of the financials. You look at the past. And you ask yourself, why would then an institution submit this kind of a CBA, yet they are not able to afford? What is the problem? So we are not quite sure, and that's a conversation the Commission would really want to understand, so that we get to see how we can partner with you more to avoid a situation where sometimes management is not even confident, so they throw the union back to us. And the union come, and we are saying, we cannot meet you because we work with employing institutions, not the union. So we end up having our employees caught up somewhere in limbo, and that affects their performance and their productivity. The Commission has noted that management of public universities have been proposing review of remunerative items, that is within the CBAs, while disregarding the fact that universities are not in a position to afford. Sustainability, we look and say yes, but sometimes the affordability is not there. Sometimes the sustainability is not even there. So please, my dear colleagues, we are in this together for sure. We would want that when we agree on certain parameters, we work together as a team. So on national CBAs, the national one, the one that has the house allowance and the basic salary, there has been variation in remuneration in basic salary in public universities due to varied interpretation of the Commission advice, or due to lack of adequate budgetary provisions to implement the CBA. So I think in manage and they can afford. But now the parameters of that CBA tend to be different from the ones of the mother university. But remember that the employees are the same, and then it causes quite a bit of conflict between the entire subsector. But what has been more worrying in the recent past is where we note that at the national level CBA itself, the one that has a basic salary and the house, because of affordability, we might get into a situation where other universities might move ahead and leave others in these two critical items, which end up causing some level of harmony because of employability of staff and mobility of staff across the universities. What about in job evaluation and salary structure? Under this, we have just concluded the third remuneration review cycle. We haven't yet addressed the issue of the salaries themselves. We are in discussion with the National Treasury. We've come up with certain amounts and limits of salaries that we want reviewed across the public service. Remember, in the last review, which was the second remuneration review, as a commission after job evaluation, we came up with budgetary provisions of 85 billion. 85 billion is what we have given to the public service over a 4-year period, because Treasury asked that we face it, 20 billion for 4 years. Now, this is what we are discussing with the National Treasury. So we'll be communicating to you the salary structures based on the various areas that the Commission feels that it's important to review. And that is for the entire public service in specific jobs. The results of job evaluation and its implementation will provide an objective way for management of remuneration for public service. It will also create harmony across the public service in the universities. It will also create harmony across the public service in the universities, and it will continue working towards harmony and reducing the disparities that we have in the remuneration structure. You will remember that on 17th of June last year, because of COVID, we issued a circular across the public service where we noted that there would be no review of remuneration and benefits, and this is after consult where we require to ring-fence staff and where we require to have attraction and retention. Now, when it comes to emerging issues specifically to public universities, I would kindly like to draw your attention to the following, and I would want us to look at them with a very, very keen eye for posterity of managing HR in the universities. One, there is a challenge of variation of internal job grades across universities. So you discover that in the universities, the grades of one university are different from the grades of another university. So the internal job grades span from 1 to 20, with each university adopting a different internal grading structure. So what would happen that because this grading structure of one university is radically different from another university, when it comes to issues of promotion, progression, salary progressions themselves, they become quite a challenge. In fact, you end up becoming like a cocoon university in yourself. The idea behind the commission conducting a job evaluation is to ensure that there are comparable jobs across the university subsector. So that if this job is weighted this way, and if this job was to be mobile and it would move to another university, mobility would be both horizontal and vertical. Number 2. Skipping of internal job grades by some universities. So the universities internally, you have some universities that have skipped job group, let's say 18, 17, 16, and when they skip those grades, they would want promotion. But now you find that you cannot promote where there's a gap. And we have discovered that sometimes the HR are skipping for purposes of fast tracking, but that fast tracking does not help. It ends up causing stagnation because these people need to have a clear career path and a clear career progression. Then we have noted something that we call splitting of jobs. And this is across actually the entire public service. Sometimes you may want to benefit certain levels, and therefore you decide the commission requires that I only work with 2 directors. But now I've decided to create 5 director positions. So what I've done, I have split the job, the role and the job of that director into 5. So that salary of the 2 directors ends up being split within the 5 directors. So though people do not understand, they say, but I am a director. But if you look at the responsibilities and the scope of that work of director, when you evaluate that job, it goes radically down. And that is a disadvantage of splitting jobs. So do not oversplit jobs. Let jobs be within the roles that can be able to occupy an individual, so that then they are able to work and apply themselves to the best. In the universities, this is especially rife when it comes to the non-teaching roles, which has led to so many jobs and so many responsibilities and idle capacity. Because of course, if my job gives me only 2 things to do and it's oversplit, I'll come, finish my work at 10 o'clock. We are so many, doing so much, but finish work so early and we are not productive. Next, comparison of 2017 and 2021 job grades. The majority of the jobs across the universities were generally graded high in the 2017 JE, largely on account of the fact that there was a master's degree requirement, which may not be in jobs that initially you had said required a master's degree. Now you've come back and told us, as you were working with your JDAC teams at KSG, that some of these jobs do not require a master's degree. Remember, the owners of the jobs are you, who are the management of the universities. So when you justify and tell us they don't need a master's degree, then when we evaluate them, they will come down. And so you will realize that some of those jobs that have come down is because, according to the advice that you've given us, the requirements around those jobs have gone down. Chief procurement, and the chief is way below. Another one is a chief, is high above. So we are asking for a common nomenclature that will allow the jobs to be graded and to be aligned at one level, so that progression and even owning of the jobs can be easy. Next, the number of job descriptions submitted for evaluation to the commission in the 3rd remuneration review cycle is less than the number of jobs in some universities. So some universities did not give us all the jobs. They gave us some few jobs and they kept away some. So some universities submitted 1 JD to represent many jobs at different levels. So you give us accountant 1, accountant 2, accountant 3, presented in 3 internal levels, job 8, 9, and 10. Now the JDs for the clustered roles are the same, yet in the institution, the roles are different. So you will find that when we evaluate, we have actually evaluated 1. And then you find your accountant 3, accountant 2, accountant 1 having challenges. Where you have challenges in coming up with the job descriptions, please remember you have the JDAC team that you asked us to support you with. Kenya School of Government has a running course. We have already developed a curriculum with them, a running curriculum, and they send their people there on a day-to-day basis, virtual or physical. Let your JDAC team be facilitated. Let them be capacity built to be able to know how to do these job descriptions. So some of the recommendations that I'd like to bring to the fore this afternoon are as follows in regard to job evaluation for public universities. 1, Review of job grading for public universities. Public universities may consider, in our view, adopting shorter internal grading structures that do not skip some levels and that take into account the uniqueness of a university. And this is based on the mandate of the university, the scope, and the size. Moving forward, when we talk about productivity and performance, the uniqueness of a university will determine the differentiating pay of performance. So you will find universities are performed, but the ones that are a differentiating factor. It is no longer going to be something that is uniform for all. The next proposition that I'd like to present before you this afternoon, realignment of non-academic roles. Universities are requested to harmonize the career guidelines of jobs, especially for the non-academic staff, to harmonize qualifications, harmonize levels of experience, and harmonize the roles performed to avoid the challenge I've told you, where roles have been oversplit. Next, submission of all jobs for evaluation. In case you did not submit your jobs, please submit all of them. Continuous capacity building on job evaluation through Kenya School of Government. Stakeholder engagement, we are ready, we are willing to come at any one point to your universities. We are very good at virtual meetings, so it makes it very easy for us to meet very many stakeholders in a day. We are available for that. Now, dear friends, we have also noted a few things on allowances and benefits. On allowances and benefits, we continue to have challenges where certain allowances are given by the council without the consent of the university. And some of these allowances are beginning to cause audit queries and audit issues. It would be good that before you give those allowances and before you assign them and give them in letters, you work with the commission. The commission will soon call a meeting with the top leadership of the universities, get to see where the challenges are, so that we don't get ourselves into embarrassing situations where someone has picked a job that has been awarded allowances. The other thing we note is that the ratio of teaching to non-teaching staff is very, very high at the universities. So within the management of the universities, find a way of rationalizing so that the core mandate which brought the university on board, of public universities. Actually, as of this morning, just before I came, I note that the wage bill to revenue for public universities, it's a 60%. And this is really against the 35%. And remember, this is something that is in the law. So if you're able to work progressively towards that 35%, why not? And some of the issues are the issues that I've mentioned here. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for listening to me. I'm here to answer any questions, and I appreciate inviting the Commission to this very, very important conference. And congratulations for mounting such an important conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne Gitau. Madam Anne Gitau sets together with the Commission even the president's salary. So I found it very difficult even to interrupt, because unless my salary be reduced today significantly. So I think, but thank you so much. These are wonderful, useful contributions. And because we appreciate that she must really leave in a short while, I want to request if there are one or two sharp questions for Anne before we open it up for the other panelists at some point. Please, if there is one burning question from the floor, I'll take three maximum. One from this end. There are so many hands now. If you promise, if you are shocked, then we'll try to be careful. But I'll start with Professor Odhiambo this side, then Professor Naila from Mombasa. Then down there, I can't see the face. Oh yeah, Professor Mugendi. And then here, there was several. Okay. Then the chairman Muranga. In that order first, but just a minute each, please, so that we can also share the benefit of having the CEO SRC.
I answer one.
No. We will pick and then answer.
Proceed,
so please.
My question is, you procure a staff, and then especially these CEOs who are present here, and they come and do discuss their terms of service, the salaries, allowances, and the employer say yes, who are the council's chairs and who are present here. And then you sign. Then after some time, of course, SRC come and say that this should not be. So how do you come out of this? Because the council will tell you, and the auditors, I think you alluded to it, that this is illegal. And you, the employer, you had a negotiation with the staff. How do you handle this? I hope it here in Mengia. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm the one responding. Yeah?
Proceed on.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I think there is something when it comes, it is related to the issues of CBA and the union, because you find that our management, who are also in management, are supposed to be negotiating with the union. So there's normally that conflict.
Professor Mugendi.
Thank you very much, Anne, for that very good presentation. I wish we could have more of such discussions with SRC and ourselves. I know we have tried this in the past, but it has not worked very well. But I think I can see some light at the end of the tunnel. My question today is, we intend to negotiate, or you intend to do a job evaluation, SRC, and then give us a letter indicating that the government or treasury is willing to support the universities with 8 billion to do then the 2017-2021 CBAs. And so that money was given, and we paid we adjusted the salaries as per your guidelines, and that money was paid to our union, to our members. Of course, it was controversial whether we were doing it horizontal or diagonal. That is a story for another day. But the fact is that we were given 8 billion. But now the problem is that money was only a one-off payment. Because after that money was never factored in our payrolls to be able to support that CBA going forward. Now, what are we supposed to do as universities? And this is really why most of the universities sitting here today are in ICU, because then some of them have tried to, and you need to help the government in guiding and instructing or directing what needs to be done.
Thank you so much. Let's pick the last one from the chairman, Muranga University of Technology.
Yeah, thank you. The issue of proportion of expenditure which goes to staff costs for universities versus other entities in government or in industry, I think is something very important. You talked of 35%. I don't know where that came from, whether it is for universities or generally, because when you look at universities generally, not even in Kenya, the cost of staffing is something between 50 and 60%. And that is because the most expensive resource to run a university is its staff, especially the academic staff. It is labor intensive, it needs more people. for you to produce quality students and research. So I don't know where the 35 came from and whether it is applicable to universities or it is something that needs to be discussed.
Thank you so much. You have listened very carefully. I want to, at the end of the day, what will happen is that, if you don't mind.
Just a second.
All right.
We have two CBAs.
And the commission disowns it. And how do you write that? I think the best thing is to just start with the basic parameters. What is the salary structure of a position? And where you're not sure, you write to the commission. And we have a lot of those clarifications that we give on a day-to-day. We intend to recruit for those positions. Could you please let us know the salary of the following positions? Then before you embark to employ, you embark to employing knowing that even when you're negotiating on something that is above board and something that will not put you into unnecessary collisions with the what we call the PFM institutions, SRC, EACC, Auditor General, and all that. Next. This is a question on management staff getting into conflict because they are members of union. I really wish that, I think when we had Tom Mboya in the 1960s, if you read about the history of industrial relations, and I know a lot of you here know about the history, you know more than I do know, we all know about the Industrial Relations Charter, which we truly hoped would be something that would bind us today, because the Industrial Relations Charter went to almost as far as defining supervisors should not be part of unions. But there's a gray area if you look at that Industrial Relations Charter that didn't exactly put a stamp on it. And that is where, as a country, then we go back to say, maybe we might want to rely on goodwill. We were truly hoping that the Ministry of Labour will conclude with the labour laws and have something that is definite on this part. It is not just affecting the education sector, it affects all the sectors. Actually, the reason why today we have disparate, that's 3 salary structures at the county levels. You will recall that in 2013, a huge CBA was signed just before the government, not 2013, 2013, just before the government, the constitution came into play. And in the old dispensation, the town clerks were part of the unions. So you have today drivers who earn more than very senior county staff. As of now, you can only continue finding a way of dealing with it, but it must be anchored in law for compliance to take place. The 8 billion, my brother, Professor Mugendi, you've talked about, it is a one-off, it is true. The best way to handle this is to work with National Treasury. If I remember, flashback 2013 when we had that CBA that was signed, and that CBA never incorporated the pension for university, for the universities who are going to benefit. Then you remember from that CBA when we got the 2.8 billion, we moved to the other CBA. In the other CBA, when we gave the money, you know what happened to universities? They applied different ways. So the commission was trying to put itself into this one, of the one of 8.8, so that we could apply it uniformly across the universities and fairly. In the second CBA, some universities, staff awarded themselves more, others awarded themselves less. The pension component still becomes a challenge today. But even in the 2013 CBA, if you remember, I do not think that pension component has ever been taken into account by government. The thing is, as soon as, and we have our PS here. Bwana PS, we wish you well. Please allow us to put this monkey on your back, the one on the pension, because I keep worrying when I see our university employees, knowing that at the back of my mind, I am not sure they have a pension for those 2 CBAs, 2013 and 2017, the one that ended in 2017. Yes, 2013, 2017. I also don't think we were able to do a neater job on that. Bwana PS, please guide us. We will really act. I will now draw myself to the issue of the 35% of the PFM. Public Finance Management Act is one of those acts that came up because of the new constitution. And the 35% is actually anchored under it. So if there are changes to be done, I think we can go through the normal changes because the constitution belongs to us, the acts belong to us. We could see what changes we would want to put in place to change these parameters for the better of the country. So it is a creation of the constitution. It is under the PFM Act. Thank you very much. I do hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you. I would like to leave you with our contact. Should you have any challenge, please feel free to talk to us. I'd leave you our contact so that then it is very easy, so that if I wasn't able to answer your question, you're able to. It is our joy to ensure that at any one point you're not stranded. So please allow me, Bwana Moderator, to read out the contact of Dr. Muthaka. Dr. Muthaka is the one in charge of this sector. His number is 0722 609 560. I repeat again, his name is Dr. Muthaka. His number is 0722 609 560. My number is 0722 797 023. You don't need to call me to respond to your text, or I'll always find a way to support you. I really appreciate you, and we want to work together. Asanteni sana, and enjoy the rest of the conference. We look forward to a beautiful outcome out of this conference. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for Madam Chief, the CEO, SRC? I think, I don't know why we are so, it's not loud enough. Can we put it properly? Right. Yeah, that's better, that's better. Thank you so much, so that she can be energized to concur when the PS makes the unsustainability, and therefore the conclusion is that this cannot be attainable. But we want to hope that it will be attainable this time around, especially that pension bit, and even the this aspect of the one-off. It becomes a burden if we cannot find a way of sustaining it. You are still allowed to just, if you don't mind, you can still continue being with us. But I want to give Professor Gichaga 3 minutes just to also dive into this before we break for our tea. I know we are getting exhausted a bit, and then we shall come back. Prof.
Thank you very much. I'm going to address you on ex gratia payment for inaugural vice chancellors of public universities in Kenya. And I'll start with the introduction. The one I've written, there is an executive summary, but since I've been given only 3 minutes, I expect that I can do it within maybe 5. Introduction. From the 1960s, a higher was established with 3 colleges at Makerere in Uganda, Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and Nairobi in Kenya, all headed by principals and offering the degree of the University of East Africa. Vice chancellors in the development of public universities. The case of inaugural vice chancellors in Kenya is noteworthy, and a few of the immutable circumstances that occurred during the tenure show some of the challenges they had to deal with and the contributions they made. Many of the inaugural vice chancellors were also benefactors. They brought with them enormous goodwill in form of development and research grants, which provided much needed global and national collaboration funds and boosted universities to international status in those days. A notable contribution is the implementation of the double intakes of 1986-87 academic year, which followed the 1982 attempted coup. The second double intake occurred in 1990-1991, and that was due to the shift from the 7423 2844 systems. Then we look at the benefits after leaving office. Information from other countries show that retired vice chancellors remain active and useful members of the society and are usually appointed not only to positions such as Professor Emeritus, but also to senior advisor. The next chapter is the problem statement. The majority of the inaugural vice chancellors' pensions were administered by the University of Nairobi Pension Scheme, itself a successor of a previous scheme called the Universities Superannuation Scheme, previously run from London in the United Kingdom. The inaugural vice chancellor's pensions were always paid to the University of Nairobi Pension Scheme, even when they were on tour of duty to other upcoming universities. Eventually, the scheme was administered by the defunct Kenya National Assurance Company as an endowment fund. All this occurring between 1970 and 2002. On 1st January 1987, the University of Nairobi Pension Scheme drew 2 schemes out of the Kenya National. It was being run as a department of the university until October the 8th, 2001, when it was delinked from the sponsor in a compliance with the Retirement Benefits Act of 1997 and the retirement dependence terms and conditions of vice chancellors during the first 40 years, that is 1964 to 2004, were not as beneficial as they are today. Then we look at the rationale for determination of the ex gratia for inaugural vice chancellors. The chancellors took note of the Kiaba report, position paper by former vice chancellors and Inter-Public Universities Council's Consultative Forum, and agreed on the concept of the award of the ex gratia for the retired vice chancellors. The position paper by the retired vice chancellors acknowledged that Kiaba report, acknowledged the Kiaba report, but noted that the report did not consider those who served prior to 2004, when the terms of service were unattractive. Then we go to the final paragraph, so that I can do the 3 minutes. Recommendations. Persons who served as principals of constituent colleges or vice chancellors inaugural between 1970 and 2004 are eligible for one-off ex gratia payment. And this ex gratia payment would facilitate maintenance of a respectable and decent living. So, Chairman, I want to leave it there and recommend that we need to have a think tank to deal with such things like these ones.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Can we put our hands for Prof? Thank you so much. And that kind of history, you cannot just get it when you are seated in your office in Murang'a somewhere or in Bondo. You must come for this big conference just to hear this important history. Thank you so much. May God bless you, and may God continue to give you good health. I want to request each one of us to say just a statement of appreciation as we now go for tea. That is now Professor Ngumi and Professor Dixon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Want to really thank you for running that session very well. I know some people maybe we were expecting did not come, but it went very well. And I also want to thank Professor Shaga. Thank you so much for giving us the history. We have really learnt a lot, and we know where we should go, really, when we look at ourselves as Vice Chancellors. I also want to recognize a lot of things also which we were told by our very kind speaker from SRC. I think she brought out all the issues which have been really disturbing us in our offices, things to do with the CBA. They are doing job evaluation, I think, again, and there's so much. But she has even been kind enough to share with us her telephone number so that if we have any questions, we can always ask. And to my fellow VCs, thank you for listening to us. I think the reason why we are here is coming out very well. For those who are in the organizing subcommittee, this is what we envisaged, that we will for us as Vice Chancellors. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah.
Mine is also to add my voice by thanking you all by participating in this session. The contributions have been very useful, and we hope that we are going to get best report from this exercise. Now, I did not get an opportunity to get the full discussion by SRC CEO, but we are hoping that as the SRC, considers productivity in terms of compensation, to compensate based on productivity, the universities will be given also adequate opportunity to participate, because productivity in the mainstream civil service may not be, the criteria for that may be different from productivity in universities. We've not been given, we saw not given adequate opportunity to, were not given adequate opportunity to participate, and I believe that is why the recent CBA has had serious problems. Anne has left, but I know someone must have raised an issue about CBA and the problems that were associated with it, whereby universities have not been able to implement the CBA. When vice chancellors and finance officers would consider what has been given, and then kind of make computations including sustainability within 4 years. I don't know what happened this time. That is why we have a serious problem. But I just wish to again thank you all for participating. I'm sure we are now getting tired and we want to go and take tea and then proceed to the next level. Asanteni sana.
So I want to take this opportunity also to just thank all of you for the wonderful participation. May God continue to bless all of us. We have got from the, I think I need to hand over now for the housekeeping issues as we move forward for the next session.
Thank you, Prof. Professor Gong. I think you have done a very wonderful job as the moderator, as the session chair, together with Professor Nyarigi, Murang'a University, and our old wisdom Professor Kishaga. Thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful session that we have had, we can clap for ourselves. And therefore we earn something for ourselves, a cup of tea. So the cup of tea is just behind you. We shall have a break, have a cup of tea. But remember, there's still another session. Okay, PS is giving us a word of wisdom, being the first day and some people travel. He says we can have a cup of tea and break and ensure that tomorrow, as very good participants, very obedient, come tomorrow in good time and have the 2 sessions that we have to have after tea today. We have them not really squeezed, but have enough to discuss them. Something has to be said by Professor Dr. Engineer. He says the workload at the university is very important, and vice chancellors are keen and they want to listen and work on the workload tomorrow, so when they are fresh. Thank you so much, and God bless you and have a good night. Thank you.